Professor J.J. Tabane. I'm going to be your program director today in this wonderful, wonderful dialogue. But I'm not alone. I'm with someone who is a brother and a friend, and of course somebody who's very well known to you, Mr. Putco Mafani. Please let's welcome him. Yeah, he's very popular. He's very popular here. Sabotage. How are you, Putco?
Yeah, well, I'm good. Nammo ndinibulise bethuna. Ndinibulise. JJ ndawuthatha advantage yomanibulisa ngesixhosa. Ndinibulise bethuna nonke kwi-breakfast eyondlayo ekuseni. I-breakfast ye-social cohesion dialogue yiyo ke namhlanje, and it is such an honor for me. And when JJ said to me, I'm going to King Williamstown, I'm going to the Steve Biko Center, and I'd love to go with you, I said, wow, what a privilege. The last time I was here, December so it's the time when we were launching my book. So it's great to be here, and thanks for the invitation, JJ.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for honoring us. I'm going to be under your shadow today. I mean, this is your place. I'm already taking over. I'm the program director. You are the co-facilitator. Can we clarify? Can we clarify? Be careful, because I'll talk to you about, I'll hit you on TV next week if you misbehave.
Yeah. Ndizixelele ukuya kula TV show yakhe so nendiziphathe kahle ke ngoku.
So good to see you, man.
Yeah, thank
Social
you.
cohesion. That's what's on the table today. I know that it's a big word. I'm not sure. In Khoza, what is social cohesion in Khoza? You see now you are stuck.
Yeah, but I am stuck.
What is social?
Stuck.
What is social cohesion?
Kaloku isiXhosa sityebile. Yabona igama lakwazi bayi one ngesingesi.
Yeah.
NgesiXhosa sikhupha iparagraph yonke.
But what is it?
Ukuhlangana nokuxabisana kwabantu.
Wow.
Jonga ukuxabisana kwabantu. And ibalulekile ke lonto leyo.
But why is that missing? Why is it missing now in our society after 28 years of freedom?
This is exactly what we're going to be interrogating in the dialogue. In the dialogue, it's not a top-down approach. You know, of course, we will have one speech. MEC, that's why she's here. But this panel is together with the people on the floor will be answering exactly that question and how it should be.
Absolutely. The trouble in South Africa is that there's a lot of what is called, I don't know what happened before 94, what was in place of what is called boss barrage. So South Africans like talking, they can talk. But of course it helps us because some of us, talk for a living, so it's fine, we're not complaining. But surely we need to act and do something beyond the dialogues, beyond the talking. And hopefully in the dialogues, in the tables, as we come to what we call a group discussion later, you will tell us what are you going to do yourself as civil society? How do we mobilize civil society to do things for themselves? Because if we wait for somebody else to do it for us, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, practical long-term solutions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're going to come from the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to come from the floor. So, and this is why we're here, not just to daydream, but also let's take care of the protocol matters. I've seen the MEC of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Umama Nkomonye, Umakhadebe. She is amongst us. Uhleli eqaleni kukamama uBiko ngicela nibetheni izandla bethuna bonke abantu abangenamona. And then uhleli eqaleni kukabhele umkhozi wami uBishop Andile Mbethe. Ngicela nibetheni izandla. Yeah.
We're going to be blessed. He's going to come and pray for us.
Yes.
A little bit just after the national anthem. But before we get to the national anthem, we are on holy ground here. Ginsberg. And my friend Nkosinathi, I've been threatening to come to Ginsberg for years. And I feel completely honored to be on this holy ground of black consciousness.
Yeah.
This is where it all happens.
Absolutely.
And if we just did even 10% of what Biko said in some of his articulations, philosophies, writings, just 10%, not 100. If we just did only 10% of what Biko said, this country will be a better place.
And not only say it, but attempt to live it. Just to live 10% of what Steve Biko lived for.
All right. I think we can start now.
Yeah.
Let's call the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture to come and tell us a little bit about the national anthem. And then I think after he has done the protocols and educate us about how we must embrace the national anthem, you will lead the singing.
Yeah, I'll lead the singing. You leave the singing to me.
I'll leave the singing to you. Yeah. JP Low, the Chief of Staff, let's welcome him to the stage, please.
Thanks very much, Putco, JJ, and good morning. Okay. There's this thing, I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's the truth. They say this is a province of legends, MEC. And these things, we confirm them by the way how people respond when you greet them. It could be past tense or present tense, right? This thing of, but home of legends, that's what you call yourself, right? That's right. All right. Goeiemorgen. Okay, Molweni. I see. All right. Well, like JJ have said, my name is JP Low. I normally say to people, I'm JP Low, but I'm not white. Some believe it, some don't. But I'm colored at the same time. So I speak many South African languages. My Khoza is not upgrade yet, MEC. I speak something I call Zulu, because I get very confused at any particular moment if what I'm saying is Zulu or Khoza. But I'm trying to live the South African dream. So we're going to ask for one thing, or a couple of things actually. And part of what we're hoping is really to make you agents of change, if I can call it that, on this issue. Because I don't know how many of you appreciate the importance of what the national anthem is. Because when we sing our national anthem, it's like we're praying, right? We're acknowledging, we're affirming, we're also sort of committing to where we are going. So when then you sing it, there are certain things that you have to do in doing the national anthem. Okay? All of you who go to church, when they say you pray in church and so on, there are certain things that you don't do. Again, other places you go, they expect you to kneel. Right? Other places they say close your eyes and all those sorts of things. So with the national anthem, we ask for a couple of things. And we ask that there are things that you don't do. And please remember what I asked when I started the story. I said, I'm sharing this with you with the hope that everywhere else you go, you also tell other people to say, this is what we do. Because when we show pride to our anthem, our flag, things like that, we are also talking about something I like to refer to as hashtag symbols that unite us. Right? That talk to our South Africanness. So one, we do ask that you stand up and you put your hands on the side. All right? Not here. Unless we elect you as a president one day. All right? The only person who actually put the... You see the president when he sings. You always does this. But that's not really for us. The rest of us, the request is that hands on the side. When it's sung. We request no moving up and down. Standing still. No dancing. No conducting. Straight. Right? That's really the request, that we all observe it. So even the people there at the back, we're going to ask them that when we sing the national anthem, they join us in that moment. Right? Lebu? How are you? How are you? Good, good. So we all join us when we sing the national anthem. Okay? So let's see how it goes. If I come out, once we put Putco singing, you must know somebody was moving very still. And we're going to start again. Again, but if you do it well, you will see me. I'll be all smiles when we're done. Okay, good.
Thank you. Putco?
Kusisikeleli Afrika, malubana Yesu ondolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, Mureya uluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufeliseni ntwali matshwenye, usibuluke, sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Eindhoven, onze hemel, en die diepte van ons Heer. Voor ons eeuwige gebeurtenis, van die kranse antwoord geef, zal we all to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Fantastic. Another round of applause there. Everybody. And for the lead singer. You can sing, eh? You know, when you work for Kaiser Chiefs, man, everything is possible. You know, let's forget about Run the Pirates and Mamelodi Sundowns. You know. Right, Biko, please pray for us.
Thank you very much. Can we sing two verses? Usually sitting alako ibona izwela. Lezale sitting Seated, thank you very much. For those who did not understand the language, this was composed by the Reverend Theo Soka, who was the first ordained, trained minister, African minister in our land. he trained in Scotland, and when he came back, as he landed on the shores of Port Elizabeth, he saw the miseries of the country in 1857, and he said, God, fulfill your promise. We have been singing this throughout the struggle, and it has not stopped, because the promises have not been fulfilled yet to the fullest. Social cohesion, I was told just now to come and pray, and I opened my 45 years of experience in ministry and thought, EPA by Land. And as they were speaking, one of the psalms that I love, in Nangomso 133, Psalm 133. I'll paraphrase, I did not bring the Bible. Behold, how beautiful and pleasant for those who are related to be together in one accord. Bonani ukuba kuhle nokuba mnandi ukuthi abazalanayo bahlale ndawonye bemqhelomnye. Now, this writer wrote when he saw the 12 tribes of Israel together. Before that, there was no social cohesion, because 10 had broken away from Judah, and only 2 remained. Now, when a family breaks, even the side that remains cannot be called a family. A broken family cannot be called family. A broken nation, a nation that has no cohesion, a working together, ukubambana nokuxabisana, cannot be called a nation. And so, after a while, these 12 tribes were sitting together like this. And this poet, the book, stood up and said, behold. When you use the word behold, you say, look again. Behold. The translation is, come on. How good and how pleasant it is. For what? For those who are related to sit together. And he emphasizes, in one accord. That for me is the biblical interpretation of what we call social cohesion. Before I offer this prayer, then he uses, also I'm going to call it similes or whatever they were, to help us understand. It is like the oil that I saw when Aaron was inducted as priest of Vurikubu. He got a little boo. The oil the oil is not water. Water says, bah! The oil, even if you pour it, holds together. It's Delphi. It's got arrow. He had a rope. So he was like a young boy, I guess, when he saw that. He never forgot. Togetherness. No a family, no a school, no a siblings, no a nation, no a second. It's like oil. It will izochitheka ilingane i-oil. Waphinde wathi ke because he was in a dry country, was right. Wathi lento ifana is like dew, D-E-W, injengombethe ezintabeni zaseLebanon. Utatomkhulu chose ekulisele. Wathi so it's like dew injengombethe ushayina ezintabeni zaseLebanon. And so, in the name of God, I pray that as we arrive at this historical center, that we may find social cohesion among ourselves, that this day be a day of unity, and that secondly, we may take the spirit to our streets and neighborhoods. South Africa needs social cohesion more than we can imagine. We may have all 350 rand, we may throw anything, we may go and fundraise billions, but if there's no social cohesion, asizibona nento esiyinikwayo. Iphuma noko ke njengomuntu oqhutsheleyo yonele leyo into Thixo makasikelele lamazwi awathamsangelise ngenxa kaYesu Kristu Nkosi yethu. Amen. Let us pray. And so, Lord, as we gather in this place, I raise my hand that will bless those who are going to lead it on this platform. I pray that you will be seated at the tongues of those who are going to speak. May they bring words of wisdom and words that will create social cohesion. I pray that around these tables we may find each other and that your spirit may guide. Bless Steve Biko Center. Bless the Eastern Cape. Bless South Africa. Bless Africa. In the name of Christ. Amen.
Behold, you bishop. Appreciate the bishop there, please. Let me thank all of you for coming to this dialogue today. Some 160, I'm told we are here. It's one of the most well-attended dialogues we have had. This is, I think, the 6th dialogue we're holding around the country, and the last one in the series. And we really appreciate that this is a highlight of that kind of conversation. But also just to welcome, there's 160 of us here, but there's thousands of others listening through Tanzania FM. People in Tanzania FM, you are all welcome, and we hope that you will enjoy the discussions, even if you may not be here. But in this hall, people from all over the Eastern Cape, from as far away as Queenstown, from Queenstown. That's a poor
I think there are people also watching us streaming live on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
You know, is it Building Our Tomorrow?
Building Our Tomorrow. Hashtag Building Our Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's invite the Chief of Staff to come and do some opening remarks and welcome the MEC to the stage to address us as well. Let's start with the Chief of Staff, JP Law. Please come through again. A round of applause there for our Chief of Staff.
Thanks very much. Thanks again. You know, in my field of work, ordinarily I'm the person who writes the speech for people like MEC to speak. I'm not really someone who has to speak, you know. And thereafter I go back to my boss to say, well done. And then if I don't comment, he knows that he didn't go so well. So I don't know who will give me some sort of feedback. But I think you must actually give yourself another round of applause. You must feel that you are doing that. Because I really think we had a very great opening. Putco and JJ. Thank you very much, Tate Moruti. Very kind words indeed. But I also must tell you that I was very, I felt good insight about your rendition of the national anthem. I really think that was excellent. And I really ask you very much, don't nationalize, or actually it's not nationalize, don't privatize this thing. Right? We ask you wherever you go, in your own church as well, everybody else, please tell everybody that this is how we perform or render the national anthem. Everywhere where you go. Even if you have to interrupt people as they try to do it and redo it. So that we have many, you know, like people like Americans, for example. I mean, those people can be better than us, come on. Right? There's this thing about them, that when they do things like this, no matter what they differ on, but when they do something like the national anthem, you get this thing. You know, this thing that says, I'm proud to be American. So we have to reaffirm the idea that we are proud to be South African and we are very proud to be Africans. Every time. Even when we differ on all kinds of things. But that's something like a national anthem must be one of the things that bring us together. So I'd like to really, the panelists will be introduced later, but I must extend our gratitude, I think first and foremost to you, MEC, for agreeing to grace us with your presence and be our keynote speaker. Thank you really very much for being here today. And also our panelists, I think it's 3 of them. The one who, in a way, is actually the host, but today we are also hosting him in his own place as well. So I know that it's your hood, but today when you get out of order, who put Nkosinathi Biko, you must know that we're in charge now. So thank you also for having us here. And then we have Sivuyile, Ntombi Wonci, who over there, and right next to her also Nangomso. I hope I pronounce this correctly. Nangomso. Kanomahlubi Khoza. We were debating if this is Zulu or not. You know? It's Khoza. Oh, okay. Well, I was told by a Khoza man that he thinks this is Zulu. Just so that you know. But please, if you could give them also a round of applause. And of course, Professor J.J. Tabane and Putco Mafani also to being our facilitator. Thank you, gentlemen. As you can hear them just from the beginning of things, you know, I hope it's a taste of what's to come. And of course, Delene Mark, who's been telling us earlier not to tell you that she's a canon. That lady there at the back, your model. What is particularly important about Delene is that this is really a civil society organized initiative, right? And she's our convener in actual fact today, who comes from an NGO called Hope Africa. And what has happened is that they approached us as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and said, we have this idea around social cohesion. And for those of you who might not know, that at the core of the department's work is this thing, social cohesion. So we are not invested in sports just for the sake of playing in the field. Right? And when we celebrate our people who win, it's also because those things when they happen, I don't know how many of you remember when Biko, for example, picked up the Rugby World Cup at some point. Or when they came back. That those sorts of things, they fester a sense of particular kind of feeling across the whole country. So even when we talk about issues of heritage, when we change names of places, it is not because we are trying to punish somebody when we say this will no longer be called Grahamstown. No. We do all of those things because we are very invested in this thing called social cohesion. And we want to reach a point where to be South African also means experiencing to be in South Africa. that whole big controversy about the flag and so on. And I'm sure many of you will know about. That story also for us, it's about that. It's about that when you arrive in the city of Tshwane, the capital, what must you see? What must you feel? When you depart, what must it be? Right now, where we are, when you come in Tshwane, you see this thing called the Putco monument. When you depart, that's also what you see. Right? I'm not saying there's anything bad about that monument, but the fact remains that it doesn't speak to symbols that unite us. And our agenda ultimately, as a department, is really about all of that. So all of this section itself, for us, falls in that. And I must say that we are hoping that today will also be an opportunity for us to listen more to yourselves. Right? You are not here representing the Eastern Cape. You are not here on that mandate, no. You are here as people who experience living in the Eastern Cape. I hope you understand the difference. Right? So, you are not here to say, I'm speaking on the mandate of Mang Mang, Kai Kai, and so on. No. But as a person who lives in this province, surely on the issues we want to discuss, you've experienced it, you've lived here. If I ask you right now, why are there no colored people here? I'm sure you can tell me. If I ask you why are there no white people here, I'm sure you can also tell me. From an Eastern Cape, I'm colored, I'm here, but I'm not from the Eastern Cape. No, there's an answer to this thing. A couple of white guys in the corner, at the back. Right? I'm sure. But anyway, the point is, you are here as people who live in the Eastern Cape and we want to hear your story. And we are hoping that today, in many ways, will be about that. And of course, today's theme, which is civic engagement and social cohesion, I'm sure you will hear more about. But just before I get to MEC and ask her to join us, I think I must tell you about this whole social cohesion thing. There's a formal definition government uses. It's in some document which came out of a conference where various stakeholders were put together. And it says that social cohesion is the degree of social integration and inclusion in communities and society at large, and the extent to which mutual solidarity finds expression amongst individuals and communities. Putco will translate that for me at some point. But I hope you get it. You all get it. I also speak with the her, so sometimes it can be confusing. Let me read it for you again. It says, social cohesion is the degree of social integration and inclusion in communities and society at large, and the extent to which mutual solidarity finds expression amongst individuals and communities. Now, on the one hand, one would say that when we discuss social cohesion, there's a conversation to be had about the relationship between individuals and communities with organized formations that have an impact in our lives. The one that I can refer to as an obvious is government, for example. The trust relationship between us and our government, and whether it delivers to us. But there are also others who influences our life, isn't it? Like business, for example, in our area. Right? Here I had business, civil society bodies and trade unions. That is an issue of social and trust capital between us and those. So when we demand that government fix potholes and the likes, and so on, these things do impact on social cohesion as well. When we talk about why are white people here or not here, colors here or not here, and sometimes these things also have to do about who controls the economy of this country and the ability to ensure it's shared, and the role of these institutions of power to ensure that that sharing happens. But also, social cohesion has to do with our relationship between each other within a community level. Because there are other people who I've listened to who have put so much emphasis on the issue of these institutions of power and their responsibility, but are not willing to talk about our role in enforcing social cohesion. It's actually, many of us are involved in this. Many of us. When, as a parent, in fact, the leader I was talking to yesterday was giving us this example, where at her child's school, where I think they are colored or Indian, I'm not sure. There is, what are you? You are Indian or colored?
Yeah, most of them are white.
Oh, okay. So she's at a school where her child is either Indian or colored, but it's mainly a white school. But the key thing there is that then they take these kids to learn Khoza as a second official language. But they go a step further. They then take these kids to go and visit other children. I think you said Langa, if I'm not mistaken. And the kids from Langa are also taken to come to a school. What it means is that there's something about the SGBs that they are doing correctly. And for the SGBs to do that, it's us at the community level who must do something. The issue about how we treat women, you can't just blame that on government. It's something that needs to be fixed as well. I can go on with many, many other examples. So when we talk social cohesion, we are talking about also how we here, and we're hoping in particular today's session, there's the kind of conversations we'll have about how we here can make some sort of commitment of things we can do from an Eastern Cape perspective. So that is the context of today. We're hoping that we'll come together, our facilitators will lead us in that direction, share some thinking with each other, and hopefully come with some sort of outcome where we also agree on something, that a way in which we will coordinate with each other moving forward and moving the conversation further. So on that note, I must tell you that our keynote speaker today, MEC Nkomonye, I think is quite the person to have. I won't go too much into your background, MEC, because I suppose that you're also not completely a stranger to your own audience here. But you would probably all know that from about 2014 she served in the legislature here in the Eastern Cape, but I think it's in 2010 where she left 2009 to 2010. She also left the legislature around that time, but was called back. Decided to leave legislature and run away to do civil service work, if you like. But was put back. And in that time, in 2009, and you'll tell me if I'm not wrong, MEC, you were probably the youngest legislator at that time as well. So you also see she's quite a firebrand even up to this date. In fact, I understand that she's still a runner. I don't know if you still run. MEC. Oh, she's retired. Somebody who's been engaged in all kinds of marathons. But one of the things I really love also about the MEC is this thing of education, right? As well. She is an alumni from the university in the Kingdom province, KZN, at University of Durban Westville, where she did a Bachelor's of Arts there. But as we speak now, as an MEC, she is also studying at Nelson Mandela University, doing a master's degree in development studies. I'm not sure how she gets the time in this portfolio, but as you hear, this is a person who speaks to the story of fitness and continuous growth, even academically on her own path. MEC, over to you.
Ndingathi namhlanje noko le nto ndizawuthetha isiXhosa ngokwenza uJJ angandiva. JJ can be very mean, so I'll stick to Khoza so that he doesn't understand some of the parts. I'm happy today that this podium is shorter than me. The program directors I don't know who gave you this tender, because I believe you're going to get paid. whoever appointed JJ Tabane and Putco Mafani to be program directors has put all of us in serious trouble. Because these two guys can talk. And trust me, they will talk the whole day. But it's quite an interesting combination, which I think I am going to survive. Good morning to yourselves, gentlemen. And I don't know why JP keeps on saying I am here to provide a keynote address, when in your programs it just says MEC's address. And I was quite happy with that, because this thing of a keynote or guest speaker puts a lot of pressure on one, while you're going to like put some keys here and there. So I am just fine with the address. Allow me to also greet Bishop Umbete, who is a former bishop, a retiree. He's always spot on. He also doubles up as an advisor to the Premier of the province. Ndibuliseke bonke abefundisi noBishop abakhoyo namakhosikazi wabo bethuna ubangabana akhona apha endlini. Ngokukhethekileyo ndicela ubulisa ndixoleleni ke mna ke, young as I am, I still call her uSisitsiki, because that's how the Eastern Cape community and the Ginsberg community calls her. Umama Mlowa, but I call her uSisitsiki. uSisitsiki umama ekhaya ophakathi kwethu. Honored guests, members of the media, a very good morning to you here in this hall, as well as those that are viewing us live on the National Departmental's Facebook, as we are streaming live, and I believe that we are also utilizing our departmental page to stream live. Good morning. JP, I don't like being introduced because you then tell people that I have been in the legislature for the longest time. If you calculate since 2009, what was our answer? I am still very fine here. I am happy here. But it really has been an honor to serve this government. I started when I was only 28 years of age in the year 2009. And to date, I still feel nervous when I sent, we are on WhatsApp terms, Nkosinathi. So I sent him a message when we were in the holding room, and I said, I am nervous. Nervous because I take this responsibility very serious. JP here said he is responsible for speech writing. Today it is an honor for me because I stand in here on behalf of the minister who could not be here with us today because he is abroad. He just said he's abroad. So I must come and be the minister. So I have two chief of staffs here today. JP from the national office and Awetu Zumana from the provincial office. And I guess you all think that one of them or they both sat down and wrote a speech for me. Don't believe that, that's a lie. Whatever I'm going to say here, I wrote it on my own. It's a singular honor for me to be part of this conversation and be able to make an input on this very important gathering. A gathering and a hashtag building our tomorrow. Social cohesion is one of the most fundamental policy challenges facing South Africa today. Oko sakhululeka kwaqhutywa apartheid 2 decades ago, and despite numerous government interventions, and this is an assertion that I am making dingavikamand, South Africa is yet to emerge as a socially cohesive nation. Since this is a conversation, we should be asking ourselves a lot of questions and in the end, hopefully come up with solutions. Because I am sure in the first Khoza izinto zizoniwa ngothetha, izinto zilungiswa ngothetha. I am sure a lot of people are now tired of dialogues. They are tired of conversations without actions. Asizanga kuzokwenza u-12 down umsasazi womhlobo wenene, wherein we will just talk and then go away. We are expected, but out of the talking that we will be doing, out of the conversation we will be doing today, we are going to come up with programmatic or practical solutions to the social ills we are facing here today. So one of the questions we should be asking ourselves is the pursuit of social cohesion an illusion or a dream that we can attain? Ngizobuyela ke kumfundisi Bishop Mbete nentshumayelo yakhe. It says though ufunde lento bendizama ukuyilungisa and break ice, because I am literally here to break ice and I'm going to ask more questions than it provides a lot of answers. So one of the questions that we should be asking ourselves gathered here today, are we chasing an illusion? Or the dream of social cohesion is really attainable? And I am going to argue that social cohesion is not an end in itself. It is a means towards an end. Later on, when we would have attained social cohesion, it is not an end to itself. It's a means towards an end. Program directors, allow me to digress a bit, but it's an important point that I am going to raise. I am a bit controversial in this meeting, so this time around, a few days ago, more than 2,000 people gathered in Nazareth to reaffirm or amend ANC policies that then get translated to government policies. Because I knew coming here and this was seen that JJ. But at least didn't dare to representative government politically allowed. So I just was seen that JJ who's on the Tala or lens and it was against those ANC. So to sort of disarm him, I thought I should just bring it myself when the bandit disarm and then Putco the Abbas by the time the Tala and those ANC. So a lot of people gathered in Nazareth, bending a echo, but mandate, they tata put. And a lot was proposed in that conference, as a call for Londo up. But I think what is more relevant for me is the buzzword in the ANC. I am not talking about step aside. I know step aside is a buzzword and is very important. I am happy that we took a resolution in that policy conference that we are not letting go of step aside. One of the buzzwords that are spoken about in the ANC is renewal. Renewal for a lot of people is interpreted in so many ways. But I think until ANC members, including its leadership, agree on how a renewed ANC should look like and define the kind of data that will fit in the renewed ANC, sizawuqhubekeka noma necessity we are in a process of renewal. Ibe yiki nje okay ke mandifune ngizicacise mandifune ngibele impondokazi. So izawuba difficult kakhulu ke ku-JP locacisa yiki uba yintoni. Ibe into nje siyithethayo that does not really take us towards where we want to go, because all of us are interpreting or defining renewal in our different setups or understandings. So we ought to agree as ANC members and leadership, but what do we mean by renewed ANC? And what kind of a cater will fit in a renewed ANC? The seventh will fit because ndiyayazi uba ndime apha nje xa ndikhwela kulaa moto ndivulelwa olwaa cango ndithi xa ndisehleka kuthiwa ba namasela. So I will leave it at that. But what do we want to see in the future? What kind of an ANC do we want to see? And who then fits in that kind of an ANC? Now that brings me back to the earlier point about social cohesion being a means to an end. Sibizwa apha South Africa is a rainbow nation, and yes, JP, we are the home of the legends. We still are. We are very legendary. I will let Bauki in the end. Kaisef Manituba, Abkazele, what are the legendary things that we still do even to date? We are called a rainbow nation, and the preamble of the Constitution states, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Ndicela sibholde united in our diversity, okanye si-underline united in our diversity. Uthanda uBishop Mbete xa eshumayela apha, how beautiful, from Khoza kakuhle. Behold, how beautiful and pleasant ukuthi abazalanayo bahlale ndawonye bemqhelomnye in one accord. So we are defined as a nation that is united in diversity, meaning we have agreed as this nation that we are not the same. But in our diversity, we must understand our identity. Uba abantu abamnyama, this is their identity and this is their culture, and respect that. Abelungu, this is their identity, this is their culture, and then respect that. AmaKrestu inkolo yawo le, and respect that, and. Mhlawumbi, one of the questions we should be asking ourselves today is, siyamkele na into yobana asifani? Have we accepted that we are not the same? Have we accepted that as a nation we are diverse, but we ought to be united in our diversity? UJP defined what social cohesion is. What do I mean? But I have a different definition. This is academics, so I mean, it's not JP. And that I don't count down to my daughter. I don't want to debate now. I am happy today that members of the panel majority are Nkosinathi. For me, social cohesion is a process of building shared values and communities of interpretation, reducing disparities in wealth and income, and generally enabling people to have a sense that they are engaged in a common enterprise, facing shared challenges, and that they are members of the same community. Close quote. Such mutual trust in the face of diversity is only possible when citizens have a shared identity that binds them. In South Africa today, in its endeavor to build a socially cohesive nation, faces a lot of challenges. It is true, and as leaders we can't run away and try and spin the fact that we are the most unequal society. We can't spin the fact that there's poverty in our country. We can't spin the fact that there's high levels of unemployment in our country. So we still are facing these challenges, but we are called upon to unite and find solutions in these challenges. When we attained our democracy, did we deal right with the injustices of the past, or did we just put a plaster and move on? I don't want to bring up what was said in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Are we reconciled, Bishop Mbete? Was the truth told on who killed who and how they killed them? Or did we just put on a plaster and move on and hope that tomorrow will be better? If Askande's Kobule is Londa and let them heal, how are we going to build a better tomorrow, a united tomorrow wherein we live with each other, and hoping for a prosperous country? So I suppose today we are called upon to define the South Africa we want, but also understand our individual and collective role in building the South Africa we want. I am going to really rush because really, I am reminded today, when we were celebrating Africa Day, Patrice Lumumba had this to say, and I am going to sit down in just a few minutes. Patrice Lumumba had this to say, and I quote, "As we remember that momentous occasion, it is our solemn duty to rededicate ourselves to the struggle to unite Africa towards economic growth, social cohesion, and political stability." That, for me, that is a renewed South Africa we want. That is our future. We want to see South Africa that is prospering in terms of economic growth, a South Africa that is defined in terms of social cohesion and political stability. And therefore, all of us have a responsibility to rededicate ourselves towards that struggle. As the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, we took a decision in the 6th administration to develop a provincial social cohesion strategy, whose objectives are to develop and articulate common messages of peace, stability, and coexistence. Another objective is to develop, promote, and engage a shared culture and heritage to address common challenges of access, inclusivity, and livelihood. But lastly, to engender Ubuntu, human rights, and equality in the promotion of community participation, cooperation, social solidarity, and unity in diversity. We obviously have had a lot of programs that we have done in the past to give effect to the strategy, because I said we should not only be talking, we must be developing programs that are going to strengthen the strategic pillars of social cohesion. And amongst those, we have established a social cohesion forum and also a social cohesion working group. We are conducting dialogues such as we are gathered here today, but also we are speaking on issues as far nolwaluko, racism, xenophobia, hate speech, and GBV. Around 2021, we had a racism and social justice dialogue that was held in Tsitsikamma. That can't be a good sign. We also have social ills such as and we have been speaking about these things. We're also talking about earlier on, I'm about to sit down. Earlier on, I asked Nkosinathi said, Nkosinathi said, Zuma defined that in South Africa, in fact in the world, there's two types of people. Can you guess what those types of people are? Yes, Madam, yes. I checked here, I think that you were part of the conversation. Hands up. And yes, yes, good.
There are those who work hard and there are those who come and take the credit.
Okay. Can we use mom because of that so much definition? Because that we pretty in the class, and I hope I am one of those that work hard and not claim the glory. There are two species. it's females and the species that gives birth to the other species. So basically, khona abantu abangomama. And so I asked the gentleman that I was with earlier and the gentleladies that bangabanake kukhona abantu abangomama apha elizweni jikelele. Kuphinde kube khona abantu abazala abadoda okanye abantu abazala abantu. Why do we have a society that is dominated ngamadoda anogonyanelo kubafazi nabantwana? Iphumukeke. Because we are not a social cohesive society. If we are living by the values of social cohesion, we shouldn't be seeing abantu abangamadoda bebulala abantu abangomama bebadlwengula, and lately badlwengula nabakhwetha ngokwemabhoneni. So isiphumukeke. And these are the things that we should be talking about and resolving them so that we build a better tomorrow. Minister has appointed social cohesion advocates in each province. We welcome those social cohesion advocates and we believe that they are going to add value in advancing social cohesion agenda. Thina ke sinikwe ukukhokhela nokuba kusezikaweni nokuba kusemakhaya lethu nokuba kusezikolweni nokuba kukwipolitiki. We are entrusted with the aspirations of our citizens, and therefore we have a responsibility for political stability and social cohesion. I-social cohesion iqala phaa kwakho endlini. Ayoqanva karhulumente, and I'm happy that we are now led by the civil society in dealing with these difficult questions. It is therefore our duty, all of us, not to leave abantu ababizwa ngokuba zi-social cohesion advocates, but take them on the side of the road and assist them as they advance the social cohesion agenda. Singayibeki etafuleni yabo kuphela because luxanduva lwethu sonke. For my part, I am convinced that young South Africans can change the state of our country. Lokho kodwa earlier on, abantwana bethu ngoku baneenjongo ezingabelungu, benza sleepovers, and we want a better tomorrow where they not only share the same bed, but they share the values, they share the understanding of the culture. Bangaphilisani ngohlobo thina during the apartheid era and nangoku sisaphilisana ngalo. The youth of South Africa have such great ideas and they have great needs. And I believe that we need to support them, coach them, because I'm no longer youth JJ. We need to support them, coach them, mentor them, so that they are given the responsibility, they're ready to lead our tomorrow. I really am hoping that I have touched on a number of nerves, so that we, I know I have not asked all the questions, but I know that seated here in the round tables, you are going to provide leadership. Ask the questions, ask why are we corrupt as the leadership? Ask those difficult questions, so that Nangomso siphume sibumbene sisenza iSouth Africa a successful and a prosperous. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. MEC?
Did you just say wonderful?
Yeah, wonderful. MEC, don't go on 6 p.m. Yeah, I'm only interrogating you. It's good that you asked about corruption, because people really don't want to talk about just doing social cohesion. If you will kill and fire me for spending too much time on that. I want to spend a lot of time on solutions. How do we fix our country for ourselves, for our children, for the generations to come? Because our time is about to set, our sun is about to set. There's a lot of sun that's rising with the youngsters. Just the other day we were talking about the whole gender-based violence and how we've got to start with the young men, the young boys too, so that they can become better men when they grow up. Some of us who are 50 is too late to teach us how to treat women properly. You know, the hopeless situation. But for the youngsters, we can, while they are still young and they can absorb the values, we can see how we make sure that they become better men, and then maybe in the future we'll have a gender-based violence-free society. But let's give a round of applause to the MEC. I think I hope Oscar wasn't on fire for departing from the script. You know he can be unpredictable. Alright, let's talk about let's invite the panelists. Nkosinathi Biko, please join us.
And while he's walking up, Nkosinathi is the former chief executive of the Steve Biko Foundation, a founder, member of the board of trustees, and chaired the Steve Biko Foundation for the first 5 years. UCT Social Science, Economics, and has a postgraduate diploma in Marketing Management. Mr. Biko studies property development and finance through the University of the Witwatersrand, University. He is have an expansive work experience across a range of media platforms. He holds directorships in a number of local and international companies, and also is a member of a number of non-profit institutions and sits in a number of boards of NGOs. He is a published writer and speaker on the international circuit and has given lectures to a number of forums. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Nkosinathi Biko.
Why don't they say the son of Stephen Biko? It's not part of the purpose?
It's not there.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, this is a descendant of one of the biggest names ever to in South Africa. Please give him a round of applause. I don't understand why there is such a thing.
Because I have gray hair that Steve
Oh.
never had.
Okay, let's welcome Nangomso, Khoza, please.
And while Nangomso is walking up, Nangomso is an author, publisher, communications consultant, community engagement practitioner, and education development strategist. And she's an independent education development strategist who serves various clients. She's involved with the Nkosinathi NPO that provides innovative education solutions to schools in underdeveloped communities. She has authored and published 11 children's books, which will be made freely available from September by the Nelson Mandela Institute. Kanomahlubi, and that's how she prefers to be known, Nangomso. Kanomahlubi Khoza. Kanomahlubi is a recipient of many accolades, including Mail and Guardian Top 200 South Africans for 2011, Mandela Washington Fellow for 2015, Graça Machel Trust Women Leading Africa Network for 2019, and Atlantic Fellow for Health Equity this year. Was inducted into that one. Ladies and gentlemen, Nangomso Kanomahlubi.
Actually, last stuff. No jokes. Yeah, we really are proud. People who really, there's so much bad news, and if we have such good people amongst us, there's clearly a future. Sivuyile, Wonci is our last panelist. Please join us.
And as Sivuyile walks up, Sivuyile is a lecturer in the Department of Anthropology and Sociology at Nelson Mandela University in She specializes in health policy, gendered health systems, healthcare systems, strengthening and the national health insurance in South Africa, and she's a PhD candidate, and her doctoral research focuses on health policy and health system strengthening in South Africa, using the national health insurance as a case study. Sivuyile holds a Master of Public Health from Montclair State University, New York, New Jersey, and that through the Fulbright Scholarship. A community activist, a gender advocate, a health promoter, a researcher, justice defender, and a humanitarian of note. Ladies and gentlemen, Sivuyile Ntombi.
Future doctor, Wonci. Future doctor. All the best. How far are we? hosting us here, or we're hosting you, JPC were hosting you before. But I've been threatening to come to Ginsberg, and like I was saying earlier, I feel completely privileged standing on this holy ground. And I hope it won't be the last time one is here. We're going to do many things here. Inspire. By the way, what a beautiful center. You know, what an excellent center. You look at this center and think they didn't just do it as a by the way to say, oh, it's in Ginsberg, let's just do it quickly and finish. This is world-class stuff and well done to you and your foundation.
Yeah. And also maybe let us point the fact out. Please do note certain key points that you think you may want to touch on, because this is going to be more of a conversation. These are not speeches.
Yeah.
It's a conversation with this panel and with yourselves. And that is why it's called a social cohesion dialogue. So my microphone is your microphone. So during the conversation, I could be coming to your table. So you probably also have a point to drive across or a question to throw to the panelists.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's get straight into it. Social cohesion and social mobilization. It triggers the issue about which I was talking about Bugus, and how do we mobilize civil society to achieve social cohesion to start with, and as a result be able to tackle the social ills. It's 28 years and people are saying, we're talking and we've been talking through. I'm sure there was a dialogue like this 12 years ago, right? And then people came, they ate and left. And then they wondered what then happened. How do we mobilize civil society to rise up to the challenges? Just triggering you, but give us your own input today that can make us go away with something concrete that we can do going forward to almost rebuild our society.
Thank you, JJ. Briefly, I met my brother JJ when he was Mr. and we were serving on a board of Love Life, working with youth. And I was reminding him that he has transitioned not only from being Mr. to being doctor and then professor. And I was saying to him I should have taken his signature there because he has since become an unaffordable friend. But it's good to have you here. It's good to have you here, Putco, my brother. Putco is one of the greatest gifts in lending messages to our people. And he does it so beautifully and so effortlessly. You know. So it's good to have you here. It's a wonderful event that is in keeping with the ethos of this institution. Let me start by saying, this institution that we are in, the center, is actually a physical representation of what is possible when we can work across these social divides. It's a product of the efforts of many people, including the Biko Foundation. Was funded largely through the government and the Department of Arts and Culture, which means it's your money, and the lottery and other institutions. And one of the things that we did at the end of putting up the structure physically was to focus on what it is that we wish to see happen here. And the motto ethos is something called memory, discovery, action. Linking yesterday to our imagined futures and availing ourselves to history to be the agents of change. Right? Now, I've been asked a specific question, and I want to link it to the question that was asked by the MEC. And she said, is it an illusion, this notion of social cohesion? And she went straight to a definition of social cohesion coined by Judith Maxwell, I believe, in 2009, that has those three aspects. She said building shared values and communities of interpretation, reducing disparities in wealth and income. And then she said generally enabling people to have a sense that they are engaged in a common enterprise and are members of the same communities. Right? I have made a contribution I was sharing with JP towards one of the weekend newspapers, and I argue there that in fact this definition hits the nail on the head, particularly around that second requirement of reducing disparities, right? Because if we don't reduce those disparities, if we have 56% of our population living in poverty. And in a community like Ginsberg, 75%, right? If we have those kinds of disparities, if we have the widest gap in the world between the rich and the poor, it is an illusion to think that we can speak of ourselves as a cohesive nation. So the answer to the question is, it is a possibility that lies behind the resolution of these fundamental questions. And in the article I argue that it is unfortunate that the minister finds himself exposed on this matter, because in reality that solution is about deploying the total resources of the state to deal with the material conditions of our people. And then cohesion will ooze out of our society. If we don't do it that way, if we simply raise the national symbols, and I was quite happy JP started with the flag, the others being the anthem, the coat of arms, the national flower, right, protea, the national animal, springbok, right? If we simply throw those at our people, here is what they are going to say. They are going to say, like they have, I guess, with the flag, they are going to say you are celebrating our poverty. There is a very harsh term called necrophilia, which is obsession with a dead body. They are going to say you are actually people who are engaging in necrophilia. And they are going to say not just to our government, it's our government, by the way. They are going to say to all of us who happen to be more privileged that this is an exercise in necrophilia. So it is an appetite.
So how do you balance the two? How do you balance this pride in national symbols, etc., but also dealing with the actual everyday problems and challenges that people face that include just starvation, just not having something to eat? How do we balance the two? Because should we say we're abandoning all these symbolic things until the bread is on the table? Or are we saying that there is a middle point where both can sort of coexist? Before I ask Nangomso to weigh in on what you're saying.
In the quest to build our nation, there are two tools available to us. The first is what we call tangible aspects of development.
Yeah.
Roads, electricity, water, all of those material things. The second is, of course, the intangible aspects of development. History, culture, values. We have to strike that balance. Both of them are equally important.
Yeah.
But what we must avoid is a sense by our people that we are using symbols to obfuscate non-delivery on the materials and the tangible aspects. So, and that is why that it is important that all the elements of the state deliver and perform for us to be successful in this quest of uniting our nation.
I want Nangomso, if you can weigh in here. What is the role of civic mobilization? In other words, we know what government is supposed to do. Half the time they may not be able to get there because the resources are already failing, right? Civil society on the other gets frustrated. Look what's happening in Tembisa. Now I was saying to somebody, what's happening in Tembisa? Examples what happened during the state of emergency. And just skip last year and the riots, because there people are looting and running away. Now this time they are not running away, they are bad cars, they are making the place look like Sodom and Gomorrah. Because they are frustrated by, in their own words, what government is not delivering, whether local government, provincial government, they can blame each other in all the spheres, doesn't matter. The people are frustrated. So I would like you to just come in there and say, how do you strike this balance between understanding where we are going, where we come from, the pride and so on in the future that may still be bright, and the daily starvation today, where there's no bread, or as this morning, but there was bread that was toasted on one side.
Nkosinathi, mandibule kakhulu kubaqulunqi nabagqugquzeleli balomcimbi. For a not so young person like me, I'm saying a youth, unfortunately anymore, it gives one goosebumps mamutsingi. And I shared this with you last year in lab and Kalodibana now because one recognizes what it took to get from Umtano Nengaba Esesada, the Enoch Mgijima municipality, Abe achieve Ezizinto Bezbala. People died so that Nangomso was ukhetha yonke le nto ayithetha. And imajority yabo asiyazi noba amathambo abo angcwatywa laphi na. And namhlanje every year simamele u-AG Auditor General esixelela into yokuba millions and millions and millions unaccounted for akhumshe athi fruitless expenditure sithule and we continue. Hence sinethembisa kuzawutsha konke. Mhlawumbi masiqale apha JJ. Umarhadelo umakazi wam touched on it motivated wathi laa band aid yafakwa ngo-1994 it got us here. Yabona ke Marhadelo ingxaki history tells us once kubekho a negotiated settlement, this is what happens. So ngela xesha kwayiwa kwiCodesa kwabuywa nomhlaba wethu singawubuyanga nawo. Babuya abantu nobutyebi babo buhleli kubo nezizukulwana zabo. Sabuya nje thina sineparlamente esikwazi ungena kuyo sithi withdraw that statement. You did not say honorable, it's honorable, address me. And uhlala ubukela uqimbi inkosi yam akhona amanzi komani akho mbane komani. And they are continuing, right? So at the core cancer in South Africa is that negotiated settlement. Because the colonizer, the descendants zayo, nothing disrupted ukuphila kwabo. One, kwenziwa ki-TRC ngolo hlobo ke yenziwa ngalo, bafika ke benze zonto bazenzayo, and then Marhadelo akwenziwa nto ngezo zinto, which is why I support and nathi basinendlela siba support the Olukayo Kalata as they are trying to pursue justice for what happened to Tata Wabo, one of the Keynote 4. So, and then there were new, bantu basesenti nabatsha, baqhuba abantu imoto right, and those who are sort of associated or nabo ke. Hence Marhadelo xa sinibona nikhwela izimali zeteksi sithi nangala masela. Right? Because what we view thina bantu balapha on the ground. And I say this as a privileged person owayekhulile elokishini bafela edolophini. Right? So thina what we view ngabantu who are part of the status quo. Ne? And ngabantu who are enabling the descendants of the colonizers who are still bayadla. Somebody says umzekelo on Twitter, kutheni lento suddenly kukho reaction against izamazamas. I mean, people have been talking about izamazamas and ziyabazo for years. If uyazi long, I'll speak mostly to abantu abatsha, go and do your research. Ukhangele into yokuba bangaphi abantu members of the governing party who sit on these boards as mines. Right? Now, do you think there will be wealth distribution in this country when the very same people are boards, and then you get a t-shirt in the KFC, wow. So, communities must team. So when you define social cohesion, Marhadelo, from a Eurocentric point of view, you're going to get what we're doing here. Where you get privileged people, so for Scarlett Golopin, so for Mbamba Uko ya Twitter uyo team, Bapabantu abashala emajojombini, Bapabantu why are they not on the stage? Bapabantu abamele abantu abathengisa izitrategy. Utheni lento thina sicontinuisha ukwenza lento siyikhalaza into babelungu abasingatshayo nabathengisa bayenza simile asibahle social branding. It's an end of last one, JJ. If it was centered, from a pan-Africanist point of view, where we say, as Umdu and African, you do not need to be a lesser version of yourself. xa usiza kule tafile and you demand indawo yakho yokuhlala. Do you understand? So for as long as you say, no, must provided you don't upset umlungu, you singathini. Really? But yeah, we continue because
so
we
what
are
needs to
still.
be done? What needs to be done to socially cohere? Must it start with a definition of what that is to mean for ordinary people walking the streets and still not feeling the dividend of freedom?
We need wealth distribution out. That's what needs to happen. We need wealth distribution. Wealth distribution. It cannot be that at Ginsberg, Nancy Ginsberg, down. Kabantu abamnyama abathenga ukutya. Ngobani aba-owners azempilo. Bathenga ngobani producers of food and all these things we are consuming. Do you understand?
So the economy is at the heart of it. If you don't solve the economy, you can forget about social.
And it will never happen because now the general dialogue will figure apart and not question umlungu showing yakho kuthela ungenzi i-wealth distribution. All of us are complicit. All of us.
And maybe while we're taking that, and I'm appreciating that narrative, there is something Bishop Mbete and Nabanye about the civic development. Because there is no civic without homes. And there's something that I need us to pack so that at some stage the microphone is a Lota File, Bishop Mbete. Where are families? Stability, say families. Why is South Africa quiet about Amakaya Manizkanda Kangenata? And not that Amanizkanda Kamalapiti, Nabangabasi, Yomandwana because the social cohesion, I was over the listing of Sitandani if I don't know where my children are. Particularly, boy child band. What are their dreams and aspirations? Who shapes them if I disappear? Because if I disappear, somebody will appear and shape my boy child. Sikarenge GPD kanti ukhona abantwana abaninzi abangamaziyo utata abangamaziyo no hayi katata. We civic development, JJ, conversation, and the esteemed panelists. We have to ask that question, Eti, why a single mother ever deprive Alumdana access to that act? Why is this about Makayanje? Because it's institutions that make us Siklabisane, and those of us who are 50 and above, Sikule inkulu into ya sekaya. Ekaya. From there to school and to church. As institutions, they were accountable for my well-being. But where is family in this discussion? So has the church got enough power to restore the power of homes and families? Because in our powerful government, get to know Maspala, if we have weak families, forget the social cohesion.
Charity must begin.
It must. So why is it la narrative can be institutionalized? And let's forget the first and foremost institution and the very first institution that was ever there in the history of humanity was family, utata, no mama. And we need then to talk about how do we restore the power of this institution. If there is a broken one, how do we encourage people to rebuild the broken one?
Please give him a round of applause.
I need us to think in practical ways of how do we restore. And then we expect down the streets of the state. And all of that.
What I want to do, this is what the first question that you are going to give within your tables when we come to the group discussion. Yes. How do we restore that? Almost a starting point of life. How do you restore that issue? And how can we support each other to do that? So we see the please weigh in on that. Because we're trying to figure out and I hear what is being said so far by the other panelists, going back to the basics. To say that if you don't sort out the basics, the KRC can come and go, and then people will still feel a sense of inadequacy because they're dealing with the everyday trouble. You're talking about nice things of symbols and what which are important for our pride and so on, and to love ourselves, right, in order for us to tackle these other challenges. So weigh in on that and how that can be taken forward.
Okay. All protocols observed. Ngicela xa ndizawuthetha nge-social cohesion ndiqale kubiko kuba ndicinga uba siyamazi ubiko kwaye siyazazi iimfundiso zakhe. Namhlanje ndifuna uqala ngezithembiso zikabiko kuqala. Bambulala ubantu biko. Bambulala ubantu biko. Bambulala ubantu biko. Bambulala ubantu biko. Kodwa usishiye nezithembiso. Isithembiso sokuphila qala. Xa uzawuthetha ngokuba abantu mabahlangane, kufuneka siqale sithethe ngokuba ukhona na umphefumlo kule mizimba uthi mayihlangane. Kuba kaloku le mizimba yaqwatyulwa, yaqhekezwa, yaxazulwa ngamabhulu wengcinezelo. Isithembiso sikabiko sesokuzingca singabantu abamnyama, laa nto kuthiwa yi-black consciousness. I want us, when we want to speak about social cohesion, we start from Biko. Biko as a text. Bayakwazi na ukuhlangana abantu abangazingciyo. Abantu abazingcayo bayakwazi ukuthi hayi mina ndiyazingca ngale bhayibhile ndiyinxibileyo igreen. Athi Nkosinathi hayi ndiyazingca mna ngale bhayibhile ndiyinxibileyo iblue. Ne? Right? Ibhutile. Oh, Bhuti, okay, uBhuti Nkosinathi athi nam ndiyazingca. Ingcinezelo isiqhawulile yakubulala ukuzingca kwethu singabantu abamnyama. Loo nto isithembiso sikabiko sithi masiqale sizingce. Yakuthanda MEC xa uthe ba singabantu sine-cultural values ezingafaniyo. Aphinde uBiko isithembiso sakhe athi isithembiso sokuzimela. I'm not interested in sending my black kids to white schools. What I want this government to do, I want to build us private black schools where we can teach Biko freely. Where we can teach isiXhosa freely. Hey, siyopha abantu Biko. Siyopha abantu Biko. Siyopha abantu Biko. Siyopha abantu Biko. Kaloku asikabi namhlaba kweli khaya lokhokho bethu. Asinabutyebi bantu Biko. Siyopha abantu Biko, abantwana bethu badlala phandle ngelindle ematyotyombeni. Siyopha abantu Biko, oonyana bethu baqhunywe ziziyobisi. Siyopha abantu Biko, ootata bethu abanemisebenzi bade bathi xa bethetha kwakungcola amabhulu engcinezelo kuba kaloku sasinawo imisebenzi noba inge-R10. Siyopha abantu Biko, siyopha. Silala ngeenyembezi singabantu abangoomama, singamantombi, sivuke ngeebullets ze-GBV phakathi kwezisu zethu. Siyopha abantu Biko, siphilise. sithi xa sihamba siya ku-table yodiscuss i-social cohesion sibe siphilile. Sithi xa siwufumana umhlaba because umhlaba wona okhokho bethu uzawubuya befuna bengafuni. Sithi xa funeka sihambe sotyala umhlaba wethu sibe siphilile bantu Biko. I-social cohesion ikwizithembiso zikabantu Biko. Bangathetha bonke bathini umhlaba uzabuya. Kodwa ke xa kufuneka ebuyile umhlaba funeka siphilile.
I think in the sense of self-pride is central. Ekuthini ndimthande lo andithande, ndimxabise andixabise, and without le ndaba ye-self-pride that uSivuyile ayidrayivayo, it's going to be difficult. And I think that dialogue is in the right direction because it speaks to the mind, it speaks to the heart. It has to speak to the heart. It has to speak to conscience. And as I think what I need to do also is then to walk to tables where I will see a paper up in the air because somebody wants to respond to matters that have been raised.
Can we do that, Pastor? Let's go into the audience while the MP,
That's right.
the MEC, just respond a little bit. You are the one who caused the problem because you asked. You asked the social question and illusion. He answered that it's an illusion. I'm somewhere in the middle because I think it shouldn't necessarily be an illusion. So what are we going to do to make sure it's not an illusion?
I'm not part of the panel. I was not even supposed to be sitting.
I'm going to be a panel.
Not Nkomboso. But I think, thank you very much for the contributions that have been made. I really would have wanted more time to be given to the panelists. So I'm going to just point out to what they have said on what must be done. I agree with Nkosinathi. Ukamela here said it is not an illusion. Social cohesion is not an illusion. But there are things that we must do for us to get to where we ought to be. We started a journey from ukukhazulwa kwethu, from being ukustrithwa kwethu isidima, from ukubulawa as Sivuyile has indicated. And I think sizawukwazi ukukhululeka ngokwasengqondweni njengokuba utata ubantu Stephen Biko wayesitsho. We can only khululeka ngokwasengqondweni xa sizazi uba singobani. Putco, nonke ningobhuti mani kodwa ndisemncinci ndala nami. I think we ought to know those who are responsible for construction of roads must do that. That's the tangible development, tangible aspect. But even if Singenza, the world-class stadiums, world-class centers, world-class clinics, as long as Sinamakaya are broken, I as long as Singekabina Umhlaba wethu, and to tell you controversial, I'm going to be controversial again. Look at the Parliament of South Africa. Don't give me political parties. Look at their face, look at its face, the NCOP and the National Assembly. How many black people are there? Forget about their political parties. What is stopping the black people to get the land? What is stopping us to take the economy into our hands? Because we are not going to do anything if we only have the political power. Because I must be answering here today. Until and unless
Why are you not taking the land?
we are not taking the land because we're focusing, and this is not only in politics, we are focusing as black people on more that which is dividing us than that which is uniting us. That's our biggest problem. Ukuba Utadumbete excels in one thing, I don't want to support him. I find a way of pulling him down or demonizing him so that once again I'm going to be better to engage than him. So let us be united in our diversity. That's the first point. And let us go and take the economy into our own hands. We can never do anything until we get umhlaba wethu kuyele kuthi, because there is no wealth ngaphandle komhlaba. Hey, akuyo yami lebi nazi panelists.
Well, from the floor we have hands, but now production requires that everybody be in front of cameras. So I saw your hand, come follow me, and then put you on camera. Then those people that are contributing will turn around and stand somewhere here so that even viewers at home can see them.
Normally, the problem is that we have a very angry and tired society. People are very angry and tired. They are tired of economic policies as an CNCU. We had the RDP that did not transform the economy. We had GEAR that did not transform the economy, that divided further. And also, we are facing a very, very big challenge of a Gini coefficient that is so much the problem that we have in South Africa are leaders that want to create themselves as black elites, as use the same policies to suppress abantu abamnyama. Take for an example your PE. Your PE in South Africa have created inequalities among black people. Because abantu baluza la policy, money shares in those big companies and everything, and all of those things. What we need is a radical economic transformation in this country. We don't need Inobana Ubani, he became a black exec in the same company and everything. We need people grounding to benefit on the fruits of freedom in our economy. We don't have those particular policies when I'm particular. That's what we need. And also, as we have an angry society, we need an activist, an activist society. Abantu baseGinsberg to be active and be proactive in issues that as GBV and everything. Those things will not be sorted by government. They need us, civic society. Abantu abaselokishini, for an example, in Kenya, there's what is called GIG. We have a civic association in this township. That particular organization is the one that is going to drive a social program that is going to safeguard abantu abangomama and other vulnerable groups. We don't need these talk shows. We need radical economic transformation policies that are going to be responsive to each other. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Say some more.
I got another one here. Molweni. AFD perspective is going to be very, very different from SSBU. Ndinguzukisa mna hola ifani sebenza FAMSA.
What is FAMSA?
FAMSA Families South Africa. We deal with counseling individuals, relationships, marriage, and families.
I'll talk to you offline outside.
There's quite a few things that I've jotted down, but I'm sure I only have 2 minutes, or I'm given all the time. Oh, okay. There was a question raised about what is the problem. Now, people do not want to take responsibility. Let's remove government and talk about people. People do not want to take responsibility. They always look for someone to blame. So as we believe in God, but we don't live the way of God. Kukho phrase ethi iyakwazi utata umbethe ke abanye abafundisi uba indawuni ethi love for money is the root of all evil. Haiti, imali is the root, but love for money, that's what makes people go greedy. Now, the problem is now in our society, we've got a wolf, we've got a jackal. And our society is a farm. The wolf and the jackal does not belong in the farm, it's outside the fences of the farm. But they look for a hole to penetrate the farm. As the stikusha, ujakala uyazimeta. Uyabona kuspita ngabona kwetosipita. Ujakala uyazimeta bawuyakwazi ukuphuma kulaa mngxuma. But the wolf will indulge ingakwazi ukuphuma kulaa mngxuma. Which then means people are greedy. Umntu usebenzela into abe neemoto eziyi-7 emnye. Xa uzayiqhuba enye ngoMvulo, enye ngoLwesibini, enye ngoLwesithathu, enye ngoLwesihlanu. Now the thing is, xa unezimoto ziyi-7, they need maintenance zoyi-7. Isalary yakho can't maintain ezo moto ziyi-7. Zifuna igaraji zoyi-7. Which means indlu azayakha ilingene iimoto eziyi-7. Uwedwa uhlala nomfazi wakho nabantwana ababini. U-15 rooms uzamenza. And you need to maintain u-15 rooms. So you know zayenza uphela uba kuvolve. And you go to eat as much as ungashiyela abanye abantu. But if uqashiwe kwathiwa ukudirector, uphele kule ndawo yokudirector and not centralize, uyeka abanye abantu benza izinto, then it means uthatha i-responsibility yakho. Ndizohlala phansi. Kukho le party yabantu, you know, indaba ye-apartheid and white people, it becomes a recitation that needs to be phased away. Yes, Need my man. The apartheid was then. White people were then. Now we're all South Africans. Contessa was then. There was 1, there's 2, there's 3. There's a go. Now in psychology, there's psychoanalytical, which is the past. And then there's existential theory. Here and now. Ulapha, you have the power. You go straight to the white person, because you couldn't before, but you can clap now a white person. All right. No, I'm just making an example. Nothing intended. I'm just saying, previously you couldn't, but you can now. But now, during the time of Cohesion, after the band aid, when Mama speech from Nelson Mandela, education is the key to success. How do you then be given effect? Effect? Because it happened that what we had about party effect. Oh, yeah, because get pressure. Abantu befuna radical change kuliwe bakugxothwa amabhulu. If our izawusheka itractor besizawuxuthana ngayo. Kwenzeka loo nto nangoku ugovernment aseyifa itractor ezilalini. What happens ezilalini? They take ownership. Kuthathwa inkunzi enkomo ifakwe elalini kuthiwe yelali, but udibana nayo ivalelwe kwabantu kwadlamini ayikwazi uyakwa kwathini. So all these things, before you go to people and say, we need to do this and that, you need also to prepare people. Because abantu bafana nedodo tenge ezivaliweyo, they are unable to receive even though you give. Because
so what needs to be done?
people need to be educated. People need to be abazathi xa umntu ezazi ufuna into angafuni into because wena unayo, funa into because you've got the ability to take care of le nto uzayifumana.
All right, thank you. Let's take 2 more before I go to the panel to give us a little bit of a way forward, and so we can go to our group.
That's right, yeah. I think I'll go to that side of
yes.
the audience. Yeah. Thanks for Wenza. Yes, not before. I saw a hand here with Tony Bishop.
just a short one. When Utata Ututu, Archbishop, opened the City TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation, that is younger. What? In South Africa, we need to view the cops. Yeah, but I think Apple, yeah, short that was the process. Ukuti, this is learning. There's a difference between ukhalela ukusibona isidumbu ungayazi the cause of death ngathi usesinari park ngoku. Because zange sinike energy loo nto to look at the root cause ye-situation uba siphi ngoku singabantu abantsundu. In that process, in that process of a false illusion of a rainbow nation, we released a lot of our church leaders then to join what Utatwa to later called the grave train. Sarelisa i-cadres like our yomfundisi Chikanes, yomfundisi Fingas, to lead institutions of a democracy that we never had before. And in that process, we made the church weak. Our institution is dependent on leaders. The last born of the Mefundisi who were in the struggle. And I usually tell other Mefundisi about you need to locate the role of the church for today. China, we overlapped, moved from the pulpit like fly halves or fullbacks. Sajoina into sade abanye bethu bawukwenza imfundo. Its enthusiasm was on the role of liberation theology in the struggle for human rights in South Africa today. Ayikabikho i-thesis zabefundisi bangoku ukuthi ithini theology of a politically free country but economically deprived community. So ngoku kuphuma ezipulpetini i-false theology yangenelwa ngodyakalashe abashumayela into esikasibiza yi-prosperity gospel, which is not Christian gospel. Into ethi yiza uThixo uzawunika indlu akunika imoto. That is not the gospel of the cross. So it's a producer from our pulpits in theology and energy towards liberation. My last two things. And I've been deep in the city, the Samu interpreter theologically as Tebisa. Titigevna, Sikawe, Sisakawe book define our Oba. Jagaban of men in in the wilderness. Or can you see where the Jordan, so to speak? Ngoba umcinga umama kaBethusile wacula ingoma encinga ngoku ibalulekile athi simile eJordane abanye bayawela abanye bemile. That is the current situation theologically esikuyo ngoku. And kukho abantu, not only that, but kukho abantu abangaphesheya abahlafuna into esingayaziyo kodwa iyabonakala uba imnandi. Lalo bekuthiwa kuyiwa ku-milk and honey. Khange siyazi ngoku sibuza uba uwelwe njani eJordani ngaba bangaphesheya. Yiyo ke le nto ngokufuneka abefundisi abasithi sizame ukucacisa lento. Ngokwe-language, now your last one, ubuthe zilifeni. I-reality into yokokuba we are reaping i-fruits zento ezininzi. Uyakhumbula uba during apartheid ootata babengekho befunwa kwalanga eziflethi nasedobson field. Ivuthiwe ke laa nto ngoku. Ngaphezu koko naxa siyicawe, we are paralyzed as church because icawe yakhelwe phezu kwemitshato. And ngoku imitshato inqabile kodwa abantwana bayanda. Uyayibona ndisho ndingene ecaweni kumfundisi phaa ko-1976, umntana ongazalwa ngamtshatweni simbhaptiza singamfunuli. It was confused icawe elo xesha. Wawubhaptiza abantwana unika umfundisi mofu athi ndiyakubhaptiza emgonini. But ngoku icawe was not ready theologically ngokwe-doctrine to understand into yoba umntana uba khona ungatshatanga. Ayikaphili till now. So i-rejection yomntana othi wena baphi abantwana bamadoda abasithi ahleli apha is still a big question. So in other words, necawe le wena lithembele kuyo needs to be redeemed from itself. Is a lot of things. Ndiyabulela kakhulu. Wakhe wathi omnye umfana eshumayela ke wasebenzisa ilanguage yeli xesha wathi ingxaki singabantu abamnyama eSouth Africa siphakiwe. Akayazanga i-experience umntu wakho waphakwa. Ushiyeka umile ndayiqonda. Ungaziqondi into yoba kukho into ethathiweyo apha kuwe. Uzuxelelwe ngabantu bathi naku umntu umshentkane nto yakho, into yethu imkile. And the question is social cohesion is how do we restore our lost value? All right, thank you, Bishop. I'll take one more.
That's what we are talking about, Jordan.
Okay. No, that's wrong. And he's saying, in as far as our freedom is concerned, he cannot really locate us biblically in terms of where we are, whether we're still crossing the Jordan or we've reached the Canaan's land.
I see.
And that's the problem. We also don't know whether we're in the Canaan's land or we are still in Jordan. And that becomes it. Now, he's raising, Bishop, the social cohesion will be infiltrated. Uthi nenkonzo ihijackwe ngudyakalashe. Azawuthi phakama kwi-wheelchair ngoku kanti bebekunike 25,000 ngoba bapreacha ivangeli ye-prosperity. And then he will also, what he's saying is very serious from a social cohesion point of view. Laa nto yokuthi ii-borders zethu ngoba naba ngabelokishini isesithi ngoba naba bagcwele edolophini nakwezivenkile i-township economy inike nabani ngoba naba barana iivenkile zaseginsburg, because that speaks to social cohesion. Kwamaxesha kuthiwa mnantsika imali ngothenga umilimili kwamamjwarha trading store. Isekhona na imamjwarha trading store. So uthi ke ngokumfundisi we've been infiltrated, ungene odyakalashe. And so let me just take one more hand that side. Okay. All right. What are so many? Yeah.
I'm going to ask the panel after that, just give us some direction and some queries that the table must be in conclusion. Let's hear.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to raise only 2 points on the basis of time. Number one, MEC has asked a question that have you accepted our differences? I think that's a very important question that we need to answer. Even before maybe we go beyond the issues of history, where history is concerned, have we accepted our own differences, normally as black people? have we accepted our differences? Have we accepted that we are not Zulu and we are speaking something different from someone, maybe from Tabane? Because we find that in many cases we have a problem of ethnicity in addressing most things as social cohesion is concerned. I worked in Joburg some other time. Immediately when they hear you speaking Khoza, there is some kind of attitude that you get. Because they say Khoza think that they're better. Two, the issue of race again. Have we accepted our racial differences? Because we can't lie from the fact that we can't chase everyone back to the sea, that they must go back where they are coming from. We must accept that we are living with people of color in our own society. Have we accepted that? Have we accepted our differences as sexual orientation is concerned? Because that's another big problem, because on the basis of culture where we grew up to, sexual orientation was something that we were not taught about. Immediately when we notice a guy more inclined to women, there are stigmas that are given to that person. You know, all those things. And now in our own society, there is LGBTQI that is existing in our own society. And we find that other people in our own society are unable to accept the fact that we are different on the basis of sexual orientation. Even churches are unable to accept the differences on sexual orientation. Those are the things that we need to check into as social cohesion is concerned. Again, how do we use our own social media? Because that's another thing that continues to demarcate us further on achieving this thing of social cohesion. All the things that are happening in social media are more exposed to everyone as little as 12-year-old. They've got Facebook, they've got WhatsApp, they've got Twitter and so on. And that's where they are getting most things, more than those that they get from their parents. The social media. Those are the things that I think we need to address here as to how do we take over those spaces and how do we address these changes that are happening in our own society.
All right, thank you. Someone
May I give a lady this time? Ladies?
Yeah, there's not been a single lady who spoke.
Oh, Mama. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, please, can you do that?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, okay, there's the two ladies.
Yeah.
The two ladies will be the last ones.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, I just picked up something that is important in what was being said here in the social media. How do we make sure that social media is not necessarily left as a threat, but that we work with it? I answered this question in reference to PRO's Squibborder recently. I said, social media is not supposed to replace PROs, but it is actually supposed to enhance their work. If you have a chief supporters club and branches, Mtantane branch and whatever, why don't you have WhatsApp groups of those branches? Why don't we have WhatsApp groups of our families? By Machawi, we have the Great Ndabangaye WhatsApp group. Then we have Putco Mafani Family Unit WhatsApp group. Machawe Mafani, Setos Nyagacha, blah, 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 blah. So that we continue to leverage on technology while we converse and find each other with social media. So it is not necessarily an evil, but it is something that we need to learn to work with, to find one another. Because social cohesion is about us finding one another. Mama?
Because, thank you. Ntozo Gadana. I'm a founder. That is Nangomso Community Crime Prevention Program. I'm also a founder, Kantozo House of Wonci Creatives. I would just want to talk about Nangomso. It's a community crime prevention that I founded out of my bitter heart, I would say. It is a struggle. When I looked back at South Africa, specifically. From 1994, how things have rolled out to be in our country. And in Sapangea. But I just thought I must do something. I just wanted to do something and make other people do something. Because the crime in our country, we have normalized the crime. We have made a crime a very, very unnecessary topic to talk about. And it's like we don't prioritize the crime. And yet the crime has so much damage. And the implications of crime to our future, to our progress, to everything that matters in our lives. The crime always sets us back. The prisons zigcwele abantwana. The prisons are zigcwele abantu. I just felt so sorry for even abantwana ke ngoku. Because children are in prison for things that they have not done. They are in prison for unikwa into yothengisa by an older person. Umntana is in prison because unengezelwe. People are in prison because an adult did something. I just thought, okay, these programs, I must make people, who wants to follow and say, let's do crime and drug awareness, or just to sensitize them that this is dangerous. It's not something. I'm so worried that MEC said that you can identify problems in your parliament. But I was wondering, but the solutions is it as very cleaner. It is crime to fight in parliament. It is crime to show the public how people solve their problems. It is a critical thing that parliament, they can't debate. They can come up with solutions. They will fight physically live on TV. And yet, we are there. I know now I've got my past. I was just saying, I was like the person of Vukeklalen, what so I must wake up and do for Senabang, hey, massive Vukeni, he can't, while we are still asleep. We are not going to leave anything behind for our own generation to come. My father, I grew up, my father, while they say Robben Island for 7 years. They fought for us. They did something, not fighting physically. They were protecting Abantwana. They were doing everything about Zalbetu Nebeti Khoza. Even the person. But just the smoke. Police will run after the smoke. See, now we are so relaxed. In Kumbuza, the journalist that took a photo of a child, a black child, or a cultural vulture. This journalist, Bachmann an award. He was an award-winning journalist just because he took a proper photo. This photo was like, but what I remember about this journalist, after 4 years, if not 4 months, but 4 months, he took his life, he committed suicide. Because he was not feeling any proud, because the photo was scrutinized. When you were taking that photo of that child with the vulture, slowly, and then what ended up, where is that child? And then the person didn't know. And then this is what we are doing now as communities. Remember, we have lost children here. Out of the HIV/AIDS managed, HIV/AIDS and COVID. So many children don't have parents. As much as you would like to have normal families, there are no normal families. So many children, they do not have parents. They are child-headed homes, there are these children. And then we are like these people who are taking photos, who are just looking through the windows, looking at these children who are committing and doing nothing about it. So I just thought, I must say, let us do something. And then
I know. That's right, Miss Money. Yeah.
One more lady before you go.
Yeah, there's a lady there.
Okay.
And then JJ, please allow me and all of you ladies and gentlemen, so that we are not seen to be discriminating against those that are disabled. There's a hand from a brother that is disabled or born. So I would love after the lady that at 10 9.
Yeah,
okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Defon Koto from Buffalo City College.
My F.
Thank you, my F. I'm standing up here as a Tswana person. Let me put it like that. And I'm doing this deliberately because I wanted to be part of this. I have been in the Eastern Cape for 27 years.
Sure. You're no longer Tswana, Mus.
I'm still Tswana.
Yeah, sorry.
The reason I'm doing this is because I'm happy when, Chief of Staff said, when you want someone to leave the Eastern Cape, what is it that they're going out with? As an educator, most of the times, our main challenges in the classroom, my F said it very well, that where are the families? I'm raised by a single parent, and I'm very proud to say so. I'm not a single parent, and I'm very proud to say so. If a single parent could raise me so that I don't become a single parent, that means there was a woman in that person that could structure me and shape me to be able to know the difference between right and wrong, and not being shy to admit her faults. Now, with society, we have children that we are teaching that don't have parents. I always say this in my classroom. All of you here are NSFAS children. What does it mean? The parents took the responsibility out of their hands and gave it to government. That they are complaining about the same government. When your child does not have money to come to school, you as a parent give government that responsibility. You no longer can make means. Most children now we are raising, we are saying they are orphans, but the parents are alive. The parents are there. Now, when I have problems in class, who do I negotiate with in order to mold this child? SRC. Are we raising a fine society when we're doing that? SRC is supposed to help me to be able to raise the issues their students need, not the home. The home still has a responsibility. SRC is supposed to help me mold and say we cannot be discriminated because of our backgrounds. But we as families are helping that. You look at these children as beautiful as they are, and you're saying they are coming to work. Why? The first money they should get as a living allowance, they're supposed to send it to you to try and buy food. And I was happy when NC was saying she is part of the leadership. They're supposed to come with solutions. If by now, this is August, the school opened in July, the first week of July, they have not even received their allowance. Who is maintaining these children from there? Today they've taken it to streets. Not because management cannot manage well. Our principal is only 2 days in our campus. And today there's a strike. Why? It's because children are tired of waiting for bigger officials who can. Who she has put it very well that we are living in town. We have everything. But we've forgotten about the child. I am from Pretoria originally. But I'm here in the Eastern Cape. And most of you here are wishing to go back to Joburg and go and work there. And not come and look after the poorest community that you were raised in, that you should be going back there and help them. You don't bring the initiatives that are there in Gauteng to your own local town. When I go to my in-laws, it's like I should close my eyes because the roads. But nobody in Pretoria will come and fix it if we don't stand up on our own. Right here. December I bought a tile. February I bought a tile. Now in July I was buying a tile. Why? And where is the government? You are going to say, department, who is working in these offices? It's us. If I don't stand up at Buffalo City College and make sure a black child comes out there with hope, comes out there with a future that she can be able to look for a job and not have to sleep with someone to get a job. That means I would have failed South Africa. So if social cohesion says each and everyone here who is enabled, what have you done in your grassroots to turn the situation around for the whole legacy of your home?
Thank you. Wow. All right, JJ, we are over here. This is the last hand from the audience.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Ndingusiyabulele Lucas umthembu onjayitya ongantluntu xotshana. I'm going to touch on a couple of things: the power of the mind, culture, and morals. Yes, we have to look back to what apartheid did to our communities. I wasn't there, but by reading and hearing from our elders, you could understand that there is an intangible, long-standing, chronic illness that our cadres came back with. It's the weapon of mass destruction, which is not seen like the gun. It's the mind. Yadodobalisa ingqondo yabantu kwethu bofunda uzenzela izinto. We might blame our communities of burning when they are in protest. There's nothing else that they know. Let us go to the culture. You cannot expect our communities to understand LGBTQI disabled people. You ask, where is the role of the family? I wasn't born blind, I'm here now. That's where it starts early. Khulenge cawa, then ibe nguwe ozilahla ezo zinto, but ba uzibambile apha kuwe uzaba diverse in your mind. Diversity and inclusion sihamba zoyithuba kuqala diversity kuqala then include. Singa diverse ngoku, hence I put up my hand. Then we're inclusive of all the people that we are here in the room. Here's why crime, here's why yonke and I agree with Nkosinathi that it depends on nomnotho. Because when beneficiaries of whatever programs do not get those things due to corruption, kuzawubakho school. I'm in a financial institution, I see the effects of that. Barriers of trade, barriers of life, siyabethana thina bantu bethu. Nithi makunikwe small businesses a chance. But i-grant emelba ziya kwabantu abayi-10 zifika kwabayi-2. How is that now going to improve the GDP of the country? We have to start on micro to deal with macro. How do we go forward? Umntu makahlale kwilane yakhe enze le nto right amele uba yayenza angakrobi kwenye ilane yomntu sizawudibana phaa phambili sitsale ngentambo eyi-1. Enkosi.
All right, wonderful. Well, I'm going to ask the panel quickly, just give me your parting shot and as you throw forward to the group discussion. Straight after here, we're going to get everybody to have discussions in the group. We'll give the group a little bit of guidance about what they should discuss.
Biko uthi kukho ubuntu bethu ebenziwe ngabantu abamhlophe. Funeka sikwazi ubohlukanisa nobuntu bethu bomnyama. We have two mirrors of ourselves. The There is so much good going on in the black community. Here we raise kids with no food on the table. Here we give back to warriors. Here there is so much love. Funa singayilibali lonto, singafocus ubuthina obuphuluweyo ngabantu abamhlophe. Now ke JJ izawuthi isithembiso sikaBiko. Kunyanzelekile siqale from the basics. Ndiyathanda abantu xa besithi khanikheni indlela MEC. Khanisinike namanzi. Khanisinike izikolo. Sibone ke ngoku ukuba i-GBV le izaba khona na xa amadoda wethu nonyana bethu bephangela benesidima. Sithi khanifundisa abantwana bethu. Sizothi xa nibafundisile sibone na ukuba iziyobisi na yonke lento sithi yi-black community ibe isi-social ills oppression. Mna ke ndithanda ukubuyela kuBiko. Ndizawuthi cela siphile ezuBiko betshile. Cela sizime ezuBiko betshile. Ndicela sizithande kwenzela uba singathi xa sivula inews sibone igazi lethu phambi kwe-TV liphalaza. Masibuyeleni kuBiko. Masibuyeleni kuBiko. Masibuyeleni kuBiko because uBiko usinikile indlela.
Please. Round of applause. Thank you. So I think I'm hearing three directives from the conversation. The first is that government needs to pull up their socks. And principally, there must be an efficient government and there must be an enabling government. The second directive is that the economy must not misfire. Principally, that the economy must grow, and the economy must grow in a way that is inclusive. Right? And then I'm hearing a third directive that says, while pointing a finger at those anchors of our society, there are multiple fingers pointed back at civil society. Right? And that directive says that civic society must be engaged at the level not just of our collective, but right down through to the family structure. Right? Now, as a way forward, one of the primary teachings of Biko is this notion of consciousness. And one of the tools that he applied is also the teachings of a Brazilian philosopher, an educator known as Paulo Freire. Right? And Paulo Freire gives us 3 levels of consciousness. He says that some of us live at the level of what is called primitive consciousness. This is a level of consciousness of things like a dog and a cat. It has no sense of yesterday and no sense of tomorrow. It has a basic instinct that is like the cargo, money. Paulo Freire says that some of us live slightly higher at the level of what is called mass consciousness. Mass consciousness is a consciousness you will find, for instance, amongst our children. I think this pair of Nike, everybody has it. And so that consciousness means that Puma, we go to protest, and you have no substantive contribution to make to that protest. As a result, it may very well be hijacked by those with ill intentions, such as the Sri in Tebisa, for instance. But Biko and Paulo Freire says we should elevate our existence as civil society to the level of what they call critical consciousness. This is the consciousness that has us bring into conversations like this our experiences, to confront these paradigms that exist, and to form new solutions. And this is a consciousness that helps us keep each other in check. Ubanina ningamadoda, enyanisweni ayikho le nto niyenzayo. And nina niyinto ethile ayikho le nto niyenzayo. And out of those conversations, we develop a positive identity as a nation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Big round of applause.
Excellent, beautiful. Touched a lot of what I was going to touch on. And I wanted to say, I want to control that from that way. We're going with, yay! So, and it challenge Alando, in a sense, as a thing, as Yaza, can you see I as a school swing I am over to be. I figure, I think a fan by Carlos is industrial and gay indigenous knowledge systems. Please, good Dallas as good Dallas as at organic farming, good name as So I want us to remember Bazali, that we have always been enough. Ne? And we must remember Lamanweba are not where our story begins. Says Kala would decolonize. We were people, girls. A quick thing in trying to heal something that I've been struggling with for a long time. I discovered that as years in the Kulemna was called Lukula. Gamayes, a sin. But what we come because when has gone, was dismissed. But the Chendan, was the yard, right? So that we clean Lukula all. Can disease in doctrines as a spirit, a single band. Now, careful now, when the man, Lukora, Nangomso, right? Because they control him, control the Bunang, so and so now they bring back now the understanding of is Dalo or Coco Pulangas at we are talking now about the indigenous ways of healing. That is quite now this phones on that easy to what I've learned from my experience in working with communities is that amabaluwethu are enough, amabaluwethu are sufficient. Briefly, JJ no, but I come from A. Oyena wasifundisa engekabikho uBiko, uMgijima, Enoch and the Putco massacre. I engaged with Ntombi who am often in the Putco massacre. What uMgijima did was that what awukhululeka here iqala and once umlungu angakubambi apho uzaphinda kufumana. What awukhululeka uMgijima and created an ecosystem where they did not need to travel anymore to Ekoman bayothenga izinto baziphilele bazenzele ukutya bazenzele into zonxiba baziphilele. That's when the problem started. When EU was not coming to Ekoman any longer, waqala umlungu wakhalaza wathi wo imali ayingene Ekoman, and then bangena ngomhlaba. And then they are occupying umhlaba. How dare umuntu omnyama occupy umhlaba in 1913 when we had just passed the Land Act? So we were liberated that we as black people are enough. We can create our own self-sustaining communities where we can be able to produce izinto that we need to survive. Then umlungu dealt with us, all right? So it's very important that. So when we think about izinto, I wrote here, Biko, where we speak about health equity, the community engagement. There's a story behind that. When our people could not access health care that dignifies them, that protects them, and the people that they were engaged with decided to ensure about this health equity in this community, right? Currently does the same thing. And then we speak about MEC that abantwana bethu as early as grade 4, they are not reading and speaking at a grade level where we feel, okay, kukwapho siyakhona ngokwemfundo. Umama uMgcina mhlawumbe decided she's going to be part of the solution, right? And she runs a literacy development program. Now we are able to say, okay, I've produced incwadi ezinga with aligned with the consciousness. Please believe us or not, about black people. We are not here to play. Every opportunity you have, you must make sure you're African and you're proud, right? And then Mama Wangari Mankai in Kenya, because we are Africans. It's very important, but we are Africans. When we were oppressed, Amabale afana nento ezithi Nigerians, JJ said, Kabantu bethu abayababulawa eSouth Africa. Babetsalelwe tax in Nigerians, Bishop Bullet. They donate towards the liberation movement so that Mnana was So when we critique immigration policies set, when we critique us being excluded from the informal trading sector, we must dare not be xenophobic. We must dare not be Afrophobic. That is not who we are. Zigwele imals, the Europeans. Zigwele Chinatown, the Asians. Kutheni si Afrophobic kangaka? Yes! Criticize immigration laws that when it's big. Question the fact that we were excluded. We informal trading, where we should be dominant. Kodwa suthengisa ngegazi lomuntu umnyama nawe. Babukela abanye abantu bayasihleka. The last one, the other thing I would want us to consider, language. The policy here to mama, the policy here to eat. High foundation phase on Mafani. And it's in a home language, it traces Khoza up. Then we know first additional language and. I guess without virtual resources. So now your high policy here to Indo-Atom Zekelo. Must be on this new language one is. So that bana ba dula boyeru. But to take but to have a work as So maybe what we need to do, Tinabandu got access. Somebody mentioned something about social media and right? Our schools have got Wi-Fi, isn't it? Maybe then let's consider creating language hubs where if physically Ungana cannot get to a Fox grant where we still be quite for that one, then we can get virtually and. Let's stop seeking the solutions from the solutions lie with abantu. Is call of tennis crackers about value of you. Papa
Deliberately, I didn't want to do the last 100 shots because I had more time than the participants. But I think if we are to take anything home, let's take these two things. Utatu Stephen Biko. Ukuze sikhululeke kufuneka sibe sikhululeke ngokwasengqondweni. It all starts there. And ukukhululeka ngokwasengqondweni means you know who you are. Ukukhululeka ngokwasengqondweni will lead you to the critical consciousness. Ezithethwa kunyana katatu. But secondly, utatu politician was not called politicians For Congress, we must be loyal to the paraphrase again because I'm down. For Congress, we must be true. For Congress, we must be true. For Congress, we must be loyal. And above everything as CNZI, let us put the interest of the people ngaphambi kwe-interest zethu. Uthe ukuthi pha bayithetha nge-diversity and inclusivity. What umuntu makajonge ngesimpondo bawunikwe isikhwebu sembona kufuneka uqhube esikhwebini sakho sombona. Jonga le nto uyinikwe yona uxamva focus. Do it as if there is no tomorrow. If you are a politician, you must be loyal to the cause of the people. you are given responsibility to oversee ukuphathwa kakuhle kwemali zabantu, because zezabantu ayizozakho. Ngaloo mali incinci inikweyo kwaDesirant, champion programs eziphuhlisa abantu, not wena Fezeka, such that you get clean audit. But not only clean audit, it must translate into the impact of abantu and the younger generation, because you can only respect the next person and respect yourself when you know who you are. If you are a civil servant, focus on doing just that. Ungabikho mntwana ungamfumani uNSFAS okanye amfumane ngemistake aphele banjwa kodwa wena ubumfaka awubanjwa. So let us, for us to be truly united, we need to know le South Africa siyifunayo injani, play our individual and collective role in realizing that South Africa.
Wow, I think let's give the panelists, all of them, a big round of applause. Okay, JJ, you want to give us tons of references for...
Yes, the panel is free. Please do join the table.
The tables.
Once you have group discussion, the reason you are sitting in round table, because when you got here, maybe some of you wonder, why are we sitting in round table? There's no food here. There's no food just now. What you're going to do now is standing between us and the food. Right? So when I have, on your table, you select one person who's going to be your spokesperson. Right? So that person is going to report on what you discussed in the table. We don't have the whole day, we only have 30 minutes to discuss. We are going to come up with 3 ideas of action. We talked the whole morning about problems and solutions and what is it, right?
Okay, sorry, let's listen to this, please.
Yeah? Please. Listen, because this is going to guide you what you're going to do now. You're going to select one person. That person is going to be your scribe and your report. After an hour, come to your table and say what we're discussing here. You stand up and you tell us what we're discussing. And when we consider so many tables, so we're going to be here the whole afternoon if we don't do it crisply and in a focused manner. Right? So there are a couple of things that came out of the discussion that will guide your 3 actions. Firstly, how do we repair, right, and strengthen the family unit? I think it's an important issue, because if we get that right, most of the things that we are worried about will be able to get sorted out, right? So you're going to have some conversations about what you're going to do to prepare the family unit. How do we mobilize civil society to fix the economy of our communities? Because there was a big issue about, you can talk social cohesion all you want, but what about the economy? What about the people who are starving? What about people who don't have opportunity? Right? But you've heard, just from the last speaker here, what happened here in Ginsberg about a health facility. If we said, oh, let's just write a petition to government and then we hope for the best, maybe that clinic will not be there. Right? So, what are the things we can do? Right? Just come up with one idea in your table, right? That from your community, which can be an intervention, right? For which you can be supported by whoever, by private sector, by government, but it's your initiative as that particular community.
For civic development, civil society, yeah.
As civil society, right?
That's the second one.
Yeah, and the last one, talks about inclusivity and diversity, because that's where the heart of social cohesion is. If you are not united and you are not diverse, etc., it means you'll be fighting amongst each other while Rome is burning somewhere, right? So I want you to let's come up with 3 ideas. I know that you can come up with 20, but we don't. If you come up with 3 times the number of tables that you can see already, there'll be a long list. And part of the trouble with South Africa, there's no shortage of ideas. It's only a shortage of implementation. Because somebody mentioned yes, we have the art and we stopped there, but actually there was a GISA, new growth plan, national development plan, and then there's something else now after the elections that was released by the Minister of Finance, and then there's something called recovery. There's always a new name for something that's not going to happen. And that's my problem. So on your table, What I've told you is only guidelines of what must guide you in terms of coming up with those 3 actionable things. When we are finished, right, when I'm going to give you 30 minutes to discuss those 3 ideas, be brief, and then come, if the person who's going to report will come to you and say, tell us what you've decided here. Please write in a neat piece of paper. The lead is going to collect the paper. Once you have reported to so that this thing doesn't get lost, just in the report. Then we are going to then ask for volunteers. Mamela.
Okay.
We're going to have 5 volunteers from here who are going to work with the social cohesion advocates to take forward some of the things that we have discussed. So that this doesn't just become a talk shop. In a year's time, if we decide to come next year, we are now getting a report back to say, last year we had these 3 ideas or 4 ideas or whatever. This is what we have done since then, right? To show that this thing was not a waste of money and time for all of us. So we've got 30 minutes now. Please don't disappear or whatever. Start with the group work now. Select somebody who's going to be your scribe and a reporter. And then start discussing. I'm giving you 30 minutes. What time it is.
And JJ, maybe we could do this. Let me label your tables. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 tables. 14 are VVIP. So VVIPs, you are table 14. Get together there. Okay, so please note your number. Note your number so that we know exactly who we're dealing with. Table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5.
Right.
6.
You've got up to quarter to 2. Right? Quarter to 2, and then quarter to 2, we get the report back. Hopefully by quarter past 2, we finish and we can run and then depart. Please start.
Lovely. Thank you.
Select the person on your table and start waiting. Come up with 3 ideas of action we can take. 3 ideas.
What is the side finishing? What is it that is meant? The thing, problem is that because you see money and the money, I mean, when it takes a story of the family, that you are not speaking with the because there is also so that also cripples your ability that you consider as that
So I think the solution also how do you get to a level where how do you take this to I think and who funds that start with the new because it is fundamental things about Wednesday because it's not but I think in our conversation dialogue because communities are although us in Ayaz, but everyone trying to figure every time but you have 2 years so I think the ability to in conversation about problems also whatever the changes
They are more than just they are a child must be the growth of the
mobilizing society. Remember, our challenges here, triple challenges. We are working on inequality. How to resolve these challenges.
I would say let's give a good compromise. Look at so if we can remove the government, that's the shell, and then otherwise the ally is a lot of people might not have because even though Zala nengakho into nokutya sekuyithetha
No, I think what you are saying, I think broadly that point is to keep the because when you say you must believe in the state that has capacity to clean the roads, but in the state that has capacity to control goods and services on its own. So we need a credible state that is going to be able to control easily and manufacture easily. They have a very, very capable agency, Cassandra, but Cassandra has used these because the state has when it's capacity to control these things, but they can Putco the state-owned company with its own arms. They are putting on defense to buy master arms from Tabane. The national was that capacity to do that. So when you have a capable state, increased state capacity, you can be able to acquire banner. Yeah, banner acquires to control how we can. Okay. Where? How to mobilize in society? for the state to be able to do this innovation. When you have young people who are teaching, that is not this like that we have this more artisans, more engineers, more everyone that is have these things that are software. There's a man bakwazi so it is capacity. But then we have so you need to support them to it is the cause fully limited. Curriculum to be more practical. So we need them to increase their capacity. We have abandoned bakwazi on the country economy. To help abandon just sponsorship. To run the sponsorship so that the sponsorship is abandoned without pushing the foreigners away. The sponsorships that can be compete now.
In fact, there's a regulation part in terms of enforcement legislation. There are policies, but implementation because they have an institute. It's a very good plan. It does not have a practical implementation. How do we promote inclusivity and diversity? Meaning, how do we become an inclusive society and adjust to diversity?
I believe in maintain focal diversity and understanding that is fine. This is for next week. But when you discuss issues of political perspective, you don't bring them into the table. You speak on them. So, self-representation. That's what
So people must first adapt to diversity. Understand what this person is disabled, this person has this particular culture. And tolerate each other. Not tolerate each other. But we need that even by civil society. Civil must find out. One must say this structure here must be able to teach them educate one man that be able to tolerate one another. Raise awareness and consciousness. We are able to work with them because you can be able to whatever the groups and your different cultures, your different traditions, your longer it depends on what is being said. It shapes how you what you are doing. If you go off on the you embrace your differences. Embrace who you are now. There's only one people. So I can only love one from that perspective, you gain your differences. In the future, then you will have the ladies. That's the focus. Yeah, you appreciate it. Then those you can appreciate them. What is that? You want your brother, your smallest brother, baby. The baby brings warmth and happiness. Now you are able to diversity the things
sort of all simple. It wasn't my ability to pull out. Things they come from family.
We have less than 10 minutes at 1 or 2. We resume. We have less than 10 minutes now. Let your spokesperson rehearse.
I don't care. Because it could be. First, they said why myself left road in this one. As an it wasn't that. If I can accept so I think now start after accepting inabilities. What about that? I'm not going to you
Well, I can start it off by saying, of the three questions we received, the main point is openness. Openness is the key. Transparency, as we say. Everybody in the house, starting with the president, everybody in the house is open and take part in everything that is taking place in India. This family is goes to the community, society, we should be open to develop our community. Sihlale sonke sibendaweni sibonisane. Olahlekayo akhwethelwe into the fold. We are part of it. We cannot just listen now.
We need active community. We need active citizens. Mainly not active.
This skeleton is got colors, this skeleton is some colors. This
Libera. And then you land the one. Yeah, that's why we
Buffalo Rose.
Okay, the time is up. Putco, where are you? Let's start. Okay, we're going to report back now. We're going to report back. Table 1, let's start with you. Please, just report briefly what was discussed. Don't repeat everything that was said and go on at the time. Be brief and to the point. And when I ask you to write it on a separate piece of paper because we're going to collect it. Yes? Right? Come. No, it's going to Right. Please, let's pay attention. We're going to get the report. We want to cover all the 13 tables in the next 30 minutes so that we can finish. Sorry.
Thank you, Prof. On our table, what we resolved is that if you talk about restoration of family units,
It's all about what one of our speakers talked about, I think, is the last panelist, when she talked about restoration of indigenous family values and standards. When we talk about that, is that when we were sold the idea of a discipline, we bought that idea, but we had our own indigenous ways of disciplining our families. So the best way now, in order for us to contribute to social cohesion, because that's where all, if I were to use that word, hell broke loose, it's when families started to be disintegrated due to lack of discipline. And if you have families that are ill-disciplined, so is the community, because all the communities are made by different families. So if majority of families lacks discipline, the society will actually lack discipline, because the family is, society is actually, family is actually the, or society is the reflection of the family. So if you go to and take responsibility, Prof, if families need to take responsibility for their own systems, which is the units within those families. I'm responding now, which is where I would say, no, my child can, the class teacher can actually discipline my child, but I do not do that myself. So if families need to take it discipline. On the second question, Prof, the idea is that we need actually to ensure that each civic society gets to participate or be active in economic activities, especially to income generating activities. Because also another challenge that we have, we had our own ways of generating income, whether it's through community gardens or whatever that we used to do. We need to go back and do those things, because I don't remember my grandmother working anywhere, but I used to get food almost every day. But for some reason, I think during the advent of democracy, everybody thought we are just going to be given all these things by somebody somewhere. But unfortunately, it has not happened. So let's go back to do the things that we used to do, because we know how to generate our own economy, and let's participate in economic activities. And the last one, Prof, on the inclusivity and diversity, is that when we as communities, for instance, we talk about the development, our own development. Let's try to involve everybody in that community. And the reason is that all of us, for instance, we do have, for instance, skills, we do have expertise and knowledge, but we do not actually tap on those. Instead, we look elsewhere, actually, for other people, while we leave people actually in our own communities that actually can contribute effectively and immensely in those economic generating, for instance, activity. So we need now to include them. So we are also saying now, if government had to be involved in that, but they must come down, for instance, to the ground and ask the communities what is it that needs to be done. And the reason is simple, Prof. If you look at the issue, for instance, of RDP houses, everybody would say, I'm going to my Mandela house or RDP house. And the reason being, nobody came to the community and asked them whether you need houses or what you need. And then if that was done, people will tell you a different story that, look, we do not need a house instead we need something else. So people have to be actually consulted from the grassroots and be included from the conceptualization up until to the implementation of those economic generation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Round of applause. Putco? Wow. All right. Okay, we're going to get the spokesperson of table 7 here. So I will deal with these tables. I will go from 7 to 10 and blah, 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 blah. And then you deal with that side. Table 7. Sister, taking from the spokesperson for one. Hey. All right, now I'm going to Sister Talo. She is the spokesperson of table 7.
Nkosinathi, mandizibuyisele nam egameni eliphele Inkosi yethu Yesu Kristu. Amen. Okokuqala kule question yokuqala, how do we repair the strength with family units? Okokuqala, ibandla liqala ecaweni. I think le nto liqala ekhaya. Iye yaphakanyiswa loo nto apha. Okokuba aliqali nasecaweni, liqala ekhaya. Ekhaya utata nomama. Kumele ibe ngabo abantu abathatha i-responsibility. So inkonzo yona ingenelele ke ngoku uku-encourage laa ndlela yento kokuba umama notata bahlalisane njani. Ngoba siyayazi into kokuba utata yintloko yekhaya, utata nguYesu wasekhaya. So le nto yonke ijonge kutata. Iintsikelelo ne-rules zalapha ekhaya ngutata umntu ekumele abe ukuthatha loo responsibility. Ngutata umntu ocommunicator, oyi-mediator yalapha ekhaya noThixo. Neengxaki zekhaya zisekuThixo, amamele kuThixo, and then ayazi into okuzisa ekhaya, ahlale nomama nabantwana abe kumthetho. So le nto ke ngoku ithi le nto utata une-responsibility. And ke ngoku utata ene-responsibility njena siye ke ngoku ibe yingxaki apha ezinkonzweni ngoba ootata babonakala. Ngoba ke ngoku uthi ke ngoku ufuna ukuba mawu-encourage esi stability see-families, but utata kakho kukho lo mama apha ekhaya. So ingxaki ibe khona ke ngoku. So le nto ke ngoku ithi masizame ke ngoku mhlawumbi singootata sizame into kokuba ezi zinto ndisithi apha etafuleni yethu ootata baxabisile kakhulu amasiko, which is asiyonto irongo. But ke ngoku ukuze nakula masiko kubekho izinto ezakhayo, izinto ezinika ubomi for eli khaya nale community, utata kufuneke yazile into yoba uThixo uthini. Ngoba kaloku siyabona ngoku njengokuba ekhona la masiko ingekho inkonzo, engekho uThixo, sibona into yokuba abantwana bayenzakala. Sibona into yokuba nasemasikweni okwakha lo mntana beyindoda kubekwa idwala phambili. Akusekho nto into yokuba makuzokwakhiwa lo mntu, makuzokwakhiwa lo mntu ozawuba inkokheli ngenye imini, lo mntu uzawuba nomzi ngenye imini. Kukho kula masiko iimfanelo ezikhoyo ezinikwe nabantwana. Uphi utata for to build the community, to build eli khaya, to build lo mntu. Kutheni kungekho hayi kootata esinabo ngeli xesha? Kutheni ootata bethu ngeli xesha bengakwazi kwahlula okulungileyo nokungalungileyo? Kutheni ootata bethu ngeli xesha bangayiboniyo into eyakhayo nento edistroyayo? Kutheni ootata bethu ngeli xesha bangaboniyo into enika ubomi nento ebulalayo? Ke ngoku le nto ayikho enye indlela yento kokuba kwakheke ilizwe lethu. Botata masimfune uThixo, ngoba kaloku nguThixo umntu odale umntu, nguThixo umntu olungisa umntu. Ayikho enye.
The second one now.
Yes, ndiza ke ngoku the second one, how do we help ii-communities zethu? Sixakeke kakhulu singabazali, asinalo ixesha labantwana bethu. Asikwazi utata uyaphuma ubheke emsebenzini, umama uyaphuma ubheke emsebenzini, lo mntwana funeka azibonele into okuphila njani. Asikwazi nokuba lo mntana umfunde esemncinci into kokuba udlala ngemoto lo mntwana, ithini into yakhe. And lo mntwana uba le moto idlala nge-remote, uyawufika lo mntana afuna uyichitha le moto, ufuna ubona into yoba kwenzeka ntoni. Akakho utata nomama to observe laa nto azobona into yoba lo mntwana ipassion yakhe yintoni. Kwezi zinto azawuzifundela lo mntwana yintoni endinokumlandelela sinokumlandelela kuyo singabazali apha emfundweni yakhe. Ngoba kaloku abantwana ngoku noba uyafunda noba ubasemsebenzini ozoba frustrated because awunapassion yale nto uyifundayo, kubekho ingxaki. So ke ngoku ithi le nto masizame ke ngoku ukuba si-encourage singabazali abantwana bethu, sincedisane nootishara ezikolweni. Siyayazi sifunde ezikolweni kukho ii-handworks, sifunde esikolweni siyazi into yoba siyaphuma siyoklina Fridays, abafana bahamba babheke ezigadini, izinto ezingekhoyo, izinto kumele uba even nee-SGBs ezikolweni zizinto ezikhuthazwayo. Kuyonakala ngoku ingathi sivumela izinto ezingakhiyo ngoku sizibonayo into yoba azakhi, kodwa sizivumela into yoba zingenelele kwezi ndawo zakha umntu. So ziyafuna ke ngoku into yokokuba ukuze sikwazi ucreata obu butyebi, nathi kuthiwe into iqala apha engqondweni. Kuthiwe iqala apha engqondweni, sizifune into yokoba sifuna ntoni kanye singama-Afrika, ntoni esiyifunayo. Nokuthi abantwana bethu sisoloko sibabhekisela phasi ngabantu abadala. Asikwazi usebenza nomntwana, asikwazi ukuba senza into ubutata usebenza kulaa msebenzi wakhe ungumekhenikhi athi ngenye imini kubantwana bakhe nokuba kuseholideyini mandihambe nalo mfana wam azoba nibona into yoba ndenza ntoni pha emsebenzini. Okanye umama ndithi xa ndilapha endlini okanye noba ndiyokwenza into ethile ndihambe nale ntombi yam izondibona uba ndenza ntoni. Sizenzela thina abantwana bethu sibabeke phaya bazawufunda ntoni. Okokugqibela ke ngoku how do we enhance i-diversity? Okokuqala funeke nalapha mhlawumbi nakwii-communities masizame uku-identifya abantu nezikills zabo. I think ijealousy iyasibulala kakhulu. Ndinomona uba ngabe ubani wenza into ethile andimxhasi futhi andiyi ndiye kuye ndifuna ukubona into yoba le nto uyenza njani. Noba siyabona sinabona aba bantwana asikho into ethi masike siyibhize ke sibize umabani lo wani unesi sipho ake adibane nabantwana bethu okanye adibane nathi singoomama sibone into yoba singenza ntoni na ukufundisa abantwana bethu. Ithi le nto masike sifune into yokokuba masisuse le nto ingumona. Mhlawumbi ke ngoku nawe wena unesikili khawususe le nto uthi yeyam, ndifuna yaziwe ndim, andifuna obani babamayazi. Mhlawumbi nawe nathi wena unesikili kufuneka uba ube naloo ntliziyo ikhululekileyo into yoba mandifundise, mandazise, ukhoxwe ke uyifuna le nto ukuyifaka ukuyi-implimenta okanye ukuyifundisa ukuyinikeza omnye umntu. Ne-tolerance ngoba kaloku asifani soze sifane. So masizame ke ngoku into yokokuba sinyamezelane, sithobelane, sirespekthane. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you.
Table 4. Let's summarize the actions. That's it. Otherwise, if you all do speeches, or I'll leave you at 5 o'clock. Yes. Just give me the 3 answers.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Student headquarters okokuqala nje siyabonga ukuthi kuvulwe ngokuthi sikelela because since 1994 I think iyona nto abantu abamnyama abakwazi ukuphuma be-unite kuyo qha South Africa. The rest kusanzima because iy'nkolo zabantu azifani kanti ziyabaphilisa abantu bazo. Now we have a problem here enkulu ye-social cohesion where people sithi mabayunite but inkokheli ezithi abantu mabayunite azifuna abantu bayunite ngokwenza kwabo. So now we have a problem with the families because wonke umuntu ujonge omnye ukuthi wenzani. We have i-families ezithi ugovernment akathi, we have abantu abathi ugovernment othi nabantu abafaki i-effort ukuthi sikhulise le South Africa esithi sayilwela ngo-1994 then safumana i-power political. So umbuzo wokuqala, how do we repair families to unite? Sinenxa yokuqala futhi before sezilungise yabantu abathi mabehleli kwi-families bajongele abangathathi intweni phansi. Bese sithi isizulu nongenalutho uyakwazi ukuphila. So now laba bantu esibabukela phansi yilaba baye bakwazi ukuhlanganisa imindeni, because mna engihlale esendithini ndiyakwazi uvuke ndithi mina zabe ndithatha abantu abami ngemoto yami ndiyaphila esendithini. Now wayiqhuba kanjani lo mndeni ndiphila ngesendithini yami without those people? Yile nto namhlanje yenza abantu bakuthi bangakwazi ba-united, because sineproblem yapha yokuthi abelungu mabehleli, of which whites are wrong, babehleli bathi don't teach ugeneral banban the work of farming so that in 10 years time when you leave office he takes over. But in families, mangibona umntakakhazi esafarisha, that makes me happy because nakanazo urelaye kum uphila ngokucela kum, of which is wrong. Secondly, on second question, I think, how to mobilize civil society? Here, government want people to unite under one banner to make this country grow. The same government ohlukumeza abantu bakuthi. I'll do one example. When students fight for their own right, to get what Honorable MEC, they've called a policy conference as a policies of South Africa. When this policy conference sits, we must. When they're checking the voters' turnout of local government elections, our people are not ready to remove the current government from governance, but they are tired of we must anyway. So the same government united under one banner to improve our society is the same government. Our students mabamba bemela amalungelo wabo because baba financial students. I country to key is education is the key to success. But the mfundo in assisting ways. When they strike, uthunyela amapolisa mabadibule baba. Umzekelo the students esifelwe future mthatha ngokutsha kwemoto amapolisa. When whites went to police station, banned state property, no one went to whites and said, we are banned. But education is the key to success. And we want these people to go and unite South Africa. The same people as Bashlumezayo. So it's something that is very difficult to do. Ukuthi kwake kuthiwa abantu abadala awukwazi ukulandela unonkala utata athi esela athi namalingasi. So now it's very hard for our people to trust leaders to lead them because babizwa ngamasela ngenxa yezenzo zabo. Yokuthi abantu ababaniki lento kufuneka babanike yona.
when bekhokhele bathi they are local councillors, ungabusuke ungu-MC of education uhambe endleleni uyocheck ukuthi ingabe endleleni kuphilweni impilo, because uma uzoya emdantsane usetawu kulula ukuthi i-service ifike nanini na, but endleleni kukhona indawo ezingakwazi ukuthi i-service ifike kuyona, ekunzima ukuthi abantu bakuthi bafumane le nto abathi bayedlulela inkokheli for yona. So we need ugovernment ozayeka ukuthi we must and we will, so that uzobalula ukuthi abantu bakuthi baphinde bathembe inkokheli ukuze kwenzeke le nto esiyifunayo to unite and build this country, sikwazi ukufumana economic power and wealth to our people. Going to number 3.
The last one, the third one. Okay. Quiet, please.
Going to number 3, ukhulunywa
Inclusivity, diversity.
Here, I think I quoted MEC when explaining social cohesion, and he talked something about value and people. Now, we are including them in this theme of unity in social cohesion. So, one thing we need to do as South Africa, as Mamele said, you check skills. Sikhule omkhulu besenza isofa bathengisa ukuze baphile. Namhlanje isofa zenziwa ama-Nigerian and Pakistans. Uqashe bona to make those sofas, then kuphinde kuthengiselwe kwabona obudeni ngemali eziphezulu. So we need ukuthi si-check and develop skills, then we produce i-society united because sonke sizokwazi asiphile sibe.
Lovely. Let's give them a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Now, Sivuyile up on the table. 10, yeah. From 10, 8, 11, jalo. I have a stopwatch here, and it's running on 5 minutes per report. I have a stopwatch that's running on 5 minutes per report. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Kulapho ngiyoqala siletafile sesiyacinga into yoba yeyi kuyo yonke lento siyenzayo inoba mhlawumbi uThixo uphi. Sayijonga lento sayijonga sabona akhumbula uba yimani sisuka kwezi ndawo sisuka kuzo sonke. uThixo sisuse kweza ndawo besikuzo wathi masize apha sizokuba uthini yena uThixo. Ithetha ukuthi ke yonke le nto ithethiweyo apha ziipanelists nabantu bonke nobhishophu wathetha naye. Uthetha uThixo kubani kuthi. Kuthi ke kunjalo nje sithetha sicinga ngalo mbandela wefemeli sathi akusafani naqala manje. Uqala kwakusithiwa umama notata yifemeli le. Family is no longer like that. Iyakwazi sister yami ibe nomntana apha ibe ngumalume umntana wami lo. Iyakwazi bakubekho umntana ebumelwaneni umntana wami lowo. Iyakwazi bakubekho umntana kwi-community indawo ngendawo ze-community umntana wami lowo. Siyasayidentify uthando sathi masibe ngabantu abanothando abakwaziyo into yoba ungathandi lo ungowakho xa uthanda kodwa uthande nalo wakho ungengowakho. Abantwana bakhuliswe yi-community ene-values. Kulaa mbandela wesibini izinto esinawuzenza yi-initiative. Sesakhumbula ngalaa nto kuthiwa yi-development, people-centered development. Le nto ibe ngabantu ingabikho nge-individuals abantu abahamba ngeemoto ezithile abantu abahamba ngeento ezithile kuthiwa hayi jonga izinto ziphelela kubo kodwa le nto ibe ngabantu sikhumbule namazwi athethwa kuSteve de Groot faith without work is dead besithi umhlobo wam apha ecaleni kwam esithi faith without work is dead esithi masibe ngaba bantu banokusebenza ubana wena awenzi ungapheli egxekeni ukabantu abathanda ukugxeka yake yathini ibhumkane yasemthatha yathi xa engenzi yena yenza wena abeqonde manje mthanda lo tata aphinda hayi lo tata lona uza kumthanda njani omnye umntu ungazithandi wena hayi zona zakhona sazephinde ndizilibale ibhumkane yam ke leyo sustainable development long-term development singenzi izinto ezifana nooma-350 man let us go beyond izinto ezasusteyina singabantu yebeka ukudekwa kwingoma apha yo-350 kuthiwa hajoba ramza ngajayibo izawuphelela akuphumi nedata bethuna izinto ezisustainable ezizakusigcina singabantu sikwazi ukuphila ebukumkanini bukaThixo sikufumane ubukumkani bukaThixo sisemhlabeni njengoba kunjalo ezulwini izulu nani sifuna yonke into apha endayithathayo uJames Cone bishop wam athi uvuko lu-meaningless kuwe xa ungafuna uphuma entsokolweni nakwi-oppression kufuneka ube nemigudu kungahlaleki kutshiseke ngoba uvuko ludifayina ukukhululeka kwethu.
5 minutes on the dot. 5 minutes on the dot. Thank you. Your 5 minutes, madam, starts now.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mandilake Mtongana from Facilitators College, Gender and Welfare Officer. The answer to number one, we need to bring back our family values, and also we need to be accountable. Now, the part about accountable comes from when Biko said, us as females, that abakhulisa abantwana bodwa abazi-single parents bayabadeprive abantwana to buy for tatababo. Of which I disagree ngaloo nto, because in most cases abantu abangootata run away, meaning umntu doesn't want to be accountable for uba part of umntanakhe, especially kula maxesha mangoku. So I disagree nalale. Second one is we need to invest ideas in the youth, the community as a whole. I feel like if kunobakho a lot of programs that is of the talents, the youth, kungabakho even crime rates zingahla, because most abantu bazabe busy. We have people who can draw, we have people who can create stuff out of wires, and bottles and all that. So if ever zinojongo ezo ingehla. And the last one is funeke le diversities, ithi parents funeke zi-accept abantwana babo ehlobo abayilo. And sonke singabantwana, we learn differently. Singabanye talented academically, singabanye physically. So we need to accept who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes. All right, now here we are. Yeah, that was 2 minutes, brilliantly utilized. This spokesperson Sarapa or Usia.
Right, siyazithola ifumene le tender izanga bazokubona kwi-cameras. Thank you. From here, I'll be going there. Here.
Your 5 minutes, see your stops. Now.
Okay, mandizibuyisele kwakhona. Ngizoba brief kakhulu. Kulena yokuqala, how do we repair and strengthen the family unit? Define ke i-family unit ke nge-different segments. I-family ke ayingabantu uhlala nabo phaya endlini ekhaya. Xa uphuma ngaphandle apha elokishini, that's your family. Xa uphuma ngaphandle usiya emsebenzini, that's your family. Idependa ke kwi-segment ye-family okuyo. Uyabo? So sithi ke ngokubana funeka sithethe honest with each other, sibe ne-conversation honest ubana zeziphi inabilities zethu. Sikwazi u-understandana i-weaknesses zethu. Abantu bephuma ngaphandle nje bezibulala besithini, it's because akho conversation i-free within the segments ze-family esiphakathi kwazo. So a conversation a proper about our inabilities and also our weaknesses, sikwazi u-understandana kwenzeke sikwazi usupportana kwiingxaki zethu, then we'll be able to strengthen the family values zonke segments ze-family esingqubana nazo ekuhlaleni. Okwesibini ke ngoku, how do we mobilize and fix civic society? Inasika i-fix the economy for civic society. We believe that when we strengthen the state capacity, we can be able to fix the economy. By strengthening the state capacity, each London urhulumente can be able to get away into the procurement in terms of infrastructure in terms of getting bids, there's ukutya. When we are able to have a state that have capacity to build its own resources, then we'll be able we can fix the economy and abantu bethu bakwazi uphangela. Also it goes in concurrently with skills development. Ubana abantu bethu, they don't have the requisite skills to manufacture imoto and also to be engineers, to work on projects. That's why we employ these big firms like WHO, modern robots and everything. Because the state don't have capacity, because abantu bethu are not capacitated, don't have requisite skills. So when we fix as Ondo, we can be able to fix the economy and save a lot of money from these big corporates that are throwing so a lot of money on bids as a government. Okwesithathu ke kulo mbuzo on inclusivity and diversity. Firstly is to understand what is diversity, so that sikwazi adjusta when you see umuntu or disabled, umazi bana how to be sensitive on our inequities. Singahafulani singabantu. When we understand each other, we'll be able to adjust. Then we will be an inclusive society. Transparency iyafuneka, sikwazi ufundisana. Xa umuntu engayazi inkolo yakho, mfundise ngenkolo yakho. Ungathi bana wena kuba unginkolo yakwantu uthi hayi suka ama-Christian. You must be able to understand each other and sifundisane in society that. But on that, civic society must play a role. It goes back to the first point, bana. Civic society must play a leading role in all of these things. NGOs must be able to teach our people. Sinabantu nje apha abafika ezindlini babezilwanyana. Because apha ngaphandle akufundiswana bana indlela yoziphatha and everything. So when we have that inclusive society, we'll be able to have diversity. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. What table is this?
Oh.
Table 2.
What is it?
5 minutes now.
So we as group 2, firstly we find the definition of family quite westernized and problematic because it then creates nuclear families, and we have grown up in a society of Ubuntu, and I think that is what needs to be brought back. There is a lack of social contracts in communities. So those social contracts are lacking. There is lack of discipline and moral regeneration. So some certain behaviors have been normalized, and I think we need to go back to a society where certain behaviors are not normalized. And then looking into how civic society
can be mobilized to fix the economy. First of all, I think we need to understand that in this, civic society's role is very limited because they do not have power within that sector, but can contribute towards the change. So we would need civic society, civic agencies to help with civic education and try to create economic hubs around the local economies. For example, if Ilani, Idumengo, Ulima try as government to involve Lolali in creating an economy, therefore there is no need Usuka for opportunities. We need to create employment and build local economic development, hubs. And I think our curriculum needs to be tailored for the skills that government says is missing. So let's create modules and courses for the skills that government finds missing, so that we have abantu that are hireable. And then in terms of diversity and inclusivity, once again, social contracts, and just as society finding coherence and collaboration for a common cause. Where people have common cause, we find that there is unity. So we need to have a vision as communities and have common cause. And then of course, diverse representation, so that would include implementing affirmative action. Thank you.
Wow. 2 minutes. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we come over to table number 11. Your 5 minutes begins now.
All right, let's listen.
Mandiqale ndizibolisele kumzi wonke ngokubanzi. Igama lami ngumxolelwa ngowapha eBofoza. Sifuna ke ukuyiqala elethu intetho nathi ke sicaphule pha eBhayibheleni kuProverbs 22 verse 6. Siza kuphendula ke laa mbuzo wokuqala. Uthi ke uProverbs, train your child in the way he should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. So, i-values ze-family siphulukana nazo pha kwi-foundation. Kuba kaloku into eyenzekayo ne, as families we need to have a way to instill and communicate best behaviors ebantwaneni bethu ne. Because if i-foundation ayikho, lo mthi lowo soze ume nkqo. Into eyenzekayo ke awuzakwenza umzekelo ne. Umntana omncinci, let's say umntana una 1 year, 2 year old. Uthatha lo mntana uya naye evenkileni. Kha ubudgetele i-stock sweets okokuqala. But then lo mntwana will make you as a parent to buy le nto ungakhange uyibudgetele. Uphinde ke wena uthi xa semdala uthi lo mntana ufuna ndive ngaye. Uqale ukuva ngaye esemncinci mos at an early age. Because kaloku indlela communicate ngayo umntana omncinci uyakhala. Ngela xesha ecommunicator laa nto yoba ndifuna le nto ngokukhala kwakhe, we must have a way singabazali yokuthi no, khange sizixelele uba siza kule into. Uyayibona? So ufaka ke ngoku ii-values umntana esemncinci. Sinengxaki ke emakhayeni ethu because siyiphungule pha kwi-foundation. Makhe sibuyele pha bethu khe sifake i-respect ebantwaneni bethu bese bancinci. Because ngoku uyamonqena laa mntana uthi okhala umntana koba yuza ndijongisa ngabantu kumfaka i-stock sweets esabesifuna. Not knowing ke ngoku eyona nto ezakujongisa ngabantu yile inkula zayo yenza semdala. Because ngoku uzawuthi sohamba naye athi mama mna ndifuna endaweni ethile. Uzothi hayi mani mntanam uthini akuphoxa phakathi kwabantu. So we need to instill i-values ebantwaneni besebancinci. And yes, sinalapho nje ukuthi we communicate best behaviors. We need to understand ukuthi we are role models abantwana bethu. Andizothi mna kumntana wam ndithi sukunxila. Yayibona ndibe mna ibhotile yokuqala ibanjwa ndim. We need to have indlela yokwenza izinto. Ziba khona bethu nani izinto ezenziwa egumbini emkhusaneni. Ungenzi nje phakathi kwabantwana because laa mntana ucinga usemncinci kanti yena uyenza ntoni? Uyafunda, uyathola kwezi zinto wena zirongo zenzayo phambi kwakhe. So ezo zinto ke ezo zizo ke zawukwenza into yokuba ke ngoku communication unity family zethu ne-best behavior ne-values ezi-right ezifemelini zethu. Question number 2 ke ne sithe knowledge is power. Awareness campaigns. I-awareness campaigns ke siyathanda uzimitha kakhulu. Ongathi siyozenza pha kwi-society. But we need okokuqala kwakwezi departments zikahulumende We need to manage our awareness campaign. I'll make an example of the SAPS. SAPS, kuqashwa umuntu olipolisa mosipha. But ela polisa will have to handle the issues ezizawunida abantu ku-social work. Ela polisa xa ufika kulo lizawudila nawo ngokupolisa because zangafundisa uba ngu-social worker yena. Ube wena uza nge-emotions ezi-high. And then ke ngoku iyakubulala laa nto ngaphakathi because kaloku mna ke I'm one of the GBV activists. So laa mntu lo uya necase yakho uzawufika phaa athi thetha ukwenze ntoni phakathi kwabantu. Uyayibona laa nto? But if we can have those awareness days nasemapoliseni nakwezi departments zika-government, abantu bafundiswe how to handle izinto, we will have a better society. And then we also need to kweza awareness, sibe ne-awareness ze-income generating activities like ebofolo, for example, ebofolo ngosiyayazi indawo ye-orange, but zikhona i-orange nje akho factory yejuice. Le juice iyokwenziwa kwenye indawo kodwa zenziwa city orange zikhutshwa phaa city. Uyayibona? If the government anganoza ezofundisa abantu yoba okay ningayanga kude you can have i-factory apha yejuice nalaa nto izawuthini izawuphinde futhi ikhulise nemisebenzi at the end of the day. And then abantu mos xa bebhizi izawubanqanda from doing izinto ezi-wrong because uzawube ungenalo ixesha lezinye izinto. Uyayibona? Then we need to have information centers. People are not aware of okay, let's go quickly to question 3 again. Let's kill selfishness. Because we are so self-centered. We need to understand what yes. Ulaphatha sasemazulwini nendawo ethi siphe namhlanje isonga sethu esasonga xa usifumena isosakho sesakho nalo seqaleni kwakho sisishere bethu nani makhe sifunde ukukhulisana sifunde ukushare sikwazi nenkonzo bethu nani bantu baka-government mazize bantwini ungathathi izinto zikahulumeni uyozisa kwifemeli yakho. We really need to build a better society sibambisane. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. 5.5 minutes. I think JJ Lapofono was loaded. They deserve another big round of applause.
Thank you. Kanomahlubi, the representative of Group 3. In terms of the 3 questions, starting with family, how do we fix family? Nuclear family. Eske sayithetha ke nathi loo nto apha but nje ukuyibuyisa kwizo zesiXhosa. Ifemeli lapha endlini nomama notata yifemeli kodwa ifemeli kwaXhosa ingaphezu noko. Maske sibuyele ekhaya khulu. Xa sibuyele ekhaya khulu kugcwele iifemeli. Kulapho into iqala khona, kulapho ii-values sifunda khona. Ukuba sinobuyela kuloo nto si-understand uba ifemeli isuka phi. And not kwaba bantu bayi 3-4 apha. Because thina ngoku sihlala edolophini, umntana wam ndimkhulisa apha edolophini, udlala i-PlayStation. Akam-understand lo mnye umntana ukwalapha kule family okuna PlayStation. So akakwazi uzileyitha naye. Kanti xa kubuyelwa kokhaya khulu bayakwazi ukuthatha urelate uba lo xa engenayo le nto wenza njani, udirishana njani naye. So zezo zinto efuneke sikhe sizijogile. So masibuyele kukhaya khulu. Xa kalibuyela kukhaya khulu ifemeli iyaqala ke ngoku ulungiseka. And I think that's one of the most important things that's really joking in terms of fixing the family. Local economy. Tiketaka kumsusa government kwi-economy nentondoni. Because the president leke what the economy is not, or government is not there to create jobs. And that is true. The government is there to create an environment where jobs can be created. If you understand a lot of stuff was lunga, ukuyaphambi. Inclusivity and diversity. And this is what I get the book.
When we're looking at civil society and revolutionary, how do we support our local economy? How do we train our young people to be entrepreneurs rather than job seekers? So let's shift our mindset as a band. But instead, how do we train them to become job creators? The curriculum here needs to be shifted to that. Because we really need to start looking at the what? Lamdana over part, I'm going to create my own business. Are you fully construction company? Do they understand the CITB? The construction companies is still create one. Let's understand the work being out one of and yet I can understand the work who create 7 to get a specific job. So education becomes crucial in our changing of the local economy. And civil society needs to start playing a role and not allowing government to drive the narrative. Inclusivity and diversity. I think within families, it's diverse so much within our families. And if we don't learn the diversity in our families, good family gathering, you've got the rich aunt, and then you've got that uncle that works very hard. But how does the rich aunt treat the uncle? So if you can fix those little things, then we are able to family, and then they can replicate it in society. If we don't do it in families, how do we replicate it in society? So we diverse within families, and we need to understand the diversity that we have within our families before Siphobe Sepapandi. And once we grow it within our families, we understand the diversity. And then we are able to include people. Even before setting the inclusivity outside of the family, we need to be able to be inclusive within the family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That was a good 6 minutes, I understand, because the inclusivity is in the cabin. Thank you. Now we move to table 9. All right. We've got what table is it? Don't forget all the spokespersons. JJ did say that all the spokespersons, we're going to need to keep you. We get your details and in terms of the way forward. Table 9, your 5 minutes begins now.
Bebesele bendibulisele abathethe phambi kwam. Igama lam ndingu-table 9 okwangoku. Sithe ku-question 1. Thina singabantu abantsundu siye salahla ii-values zethu. Sathabatha ii-values zase-Western. As a result, siya-bounce between the values zethu ne-values zabamhlophe ezizezasemzini apha ekhaya. Okwesibini, ifemeli phangaphambili yayisakuba ngumama, ngutata, ngumalume, ngumakazi, ngutanci, ngutata ophakathi, ngutamkhulu. Kodwa today, xa ufika umntana wazi umama notata, finish iphelele apha ifemeli. Naleyo into siyifunde eWest. Sifanele uba siyeke into yokokuba sibe selfish. Phofu izalwe yile Western value siyithathileyo. Umntu ujonge esiqwini sakhe, alibale into yokokuba ngubrother wam, ngusister wam, ngucousin wam, and therefore we need to lift up each other. Iyonakele apho ke wayithatha ke no government wayinyusa wayiqhekeza strong. Kwipoint yesibini, we need to, asithetha ngemobilization, we need to go back to the roots. And the church bishop needs to rediscover that confusion and deal with it. Because it causes impact engumangaliso kwi-communities zethu, because abantwana ngoku kule mihla they strongly want to know ukuthi ngubani utata wakhe, nokokuba ngabana lo tata wakhe waye ngutata ohlala phansi kwebridge. They want to know abantwana. Laa nto ke i-encouragewa yindlela esireceiva ngayo abantwana abazelwe ngaphandle koyise. Okwesibini, izikolo, uDepartment of Education udinga into yoba akathi revisit i-syllabus ayisebenzisayo ukhulisa abantwana bethu, because panga phambili umntana kwakukho i-subject that were leading that child ekubeni azimele, but today abantwana bathithwa into yokokuba mabahambe boqashwa. Sidinga into yoba abantwana bafundiswe into yokokuba mabazikashe baqashe nabanye abantu. So ithi le nto i-vocational guidance mayingenzelwa ugrade 12, mayiqale kwa-sub A. Point number 3, ndingaphindanga i-inclusivity. We need into yokokuba sidilishane bethuna singabantu nale pulling down syndrome. Sidinga into yokokuba sidilishane. Let's embrace our difference. Let's embrace our diversity. We need to complement each other. Ave inqabile into yoba ethi wenze kakuhle mhlobam. Seyinqabe nasecaweni ngoku. Ngabe nasesikolweni. Okokugqibela, sidinga into yoba siyeke into yokokuba sibukulane ngendlela esahlukene ngazo. Zonke ke ezi zinto sithe xa sizibala apha kule yethu itafile, sathi eneneni nasenyanisweni mfundisi siphakiwe as abantu abantsundu, but asiyazi uba siphakwe nini, siphakwa njani, siphakwa ngubani. We need into yoba sihlale phantsi sithi find into yokokuba kwenzeke ntoni ukuze namhlanje kube njena, because ayincedi into yoba sizama ufumana isolution up if we do not address eyona cause or the source of what we see today. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you. Okay, table 6. I think this is the last table. Perhaps, do you have another table there?
I still have, I have 2 tables this side, and then there's the VVIPs there.
All right.
Thank you.
Quiet, please.
Yeah, igama lam ndimxolani Ncane. Ndisuke koMani. Kodwa ke ndikwahlalile nabebhisho. Kunesaying ethi, it takes a village to raise a child. And also that if family is the foundation and the cornerstone of a society. Umbuzo ke apha ngokuthi, how do we repair the family unit? This question ke presupposes ukuthi ikhona into eyonakeleyo. Briefly ndizawutsho ndithi i-family unit ngokungqamene nabantu abamnyama, abona bantu bacinezelweyo, La equilibrium, that balance, was disrupted, firstly, by the migrant labor system. Sithetha ngoku nge-families apho kuthiwa ootata abekho. Sithetha ngoku nge-families ekuthiwa oomama bakhulisa abantwana bebodwa. Kutshiwo ke apha, and ndiyayingqina loo nto ethi, in an African context, a family ayingomama notata nabantwana bakhe. Sizokuthi isilungu xana siyichaza sithi it's an extended family. There's nothing extended about it. It's a family lena inomalume, nomakazi, nodabawo, notatomncinci. That is a family. There's nothing extended about it. But having said so, unfortunately, noburhulumente obu ke ngoku sikubo abusincedisanga, because uba ujonga the legislation, the framework that governs relations between families, ayisidibanisi. We are engaged in endless discussions about izinto ezininzi ezi-affecta ingqeqesho as family. Kunemithetho apha ethi abantwana banelungelo lokukhupha izisu even at the age of 12. Sidiscusse ezo zinto ke endlessly. Akude kufumaneke solution ukuthi but umthetho wona umile. Sithetha about abantwana ekufuneka benganikwanga utywala at the age of 18. But once Nyobeni happens, that discussion is brought back. Kuthiwa man, mayinyuswe le age. We are engaged endlessly with discussions esingade sifumane solution kuzo. Ithi loo nto ke ngoku there is a disjuncture between the legal the legislative framework egovernisha i-relations kwii-families epaswa ngurhulumente. Kodwa siyayazi into okokuba mandulo phaya there was i-equilibrium, there was i-harmony. Ububethwa ngutata wase-next door, ungazowucela kokwenu ngoba uzawuphinda ungondwa. Seza nento ethi ke ngoku mabangabethwa ntotata, uyabanjwa ngokuba ngaba ubetha untata. Siyayixoxa naleyo aside sifumane solution. So that's why sisithi nje kule group umthetho olawula ubudlelwane phakathi kwabantu abadala abantwana ezifemelini awukasincedisi. Ikhona kufuneka yenziwe. There are all these pieces of legislation azisincedisi, aziyakhi le family siyo nix, but siyaxoxa cha and aside size na-solution. Okwesibini xa sisiya kwi-issue how do we repair? How do we mobilize civil society?
Number 2, Tata.
Number 2, yes.
With really 5 minutes.
Must
call it again.
Wow.
Please.
Thank you very much. There's a group here. All right. After Putco, let me pass. Sorry.
We have a table.
I'm going to be a VIP. VVIP.
Yes, yeah. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to highlight a few things. At this table, we feel that we are arguing between perception and precedence on how the family should be run and how do we fix things. But starting from how things have started, I think we are suffering from where we are on a perception point of view because of a migration labor system that existed before. Because then fathers would go to Joburg and work in the mine, and there would be an absent father in a family, and the family would be headed by a granny or by a mother. So it has been there. So our point was that if maybe government can be able to redress the issue of poverty that exists, that continues to break our family even in our current times. Because in our current times, you find that we migrate into places just because we are looking for opportunities for us to make the better life in our own homes. Second point is that, can we please, as the current family of 2022, do things that we believe that are better in our families? Like, for instance, we grew up in families whereby our mothers and our fathers didn't see anything wrong with them arguing before they are in front of their kids. And they would see everything wrong to kiss each other goodbye in front of their kids. And it has always been like that, whereby in the conscience of young kids, it became a norm that you can be violent because where you grew up, parents always argue before you. But they have never showed sentiments and love in your presence. They always think that it's very bad, it's awkward to show sentiments in front of kids. So can we change our families into a place whereby we can be able to express love in front of our kids and treatment towards women in front of our kids, and not do it in the hidden areas or in closed doors, whereby a young man only knows ba umntu obhinqileyo ngumuntu uba makamenzele ukutya akakwazi nomncedisa xa ihlamba izitya, because that's the current state of our families now. Utata ufika afunde iphepha atshintshe loo nto besiyibukele, athathe i-remote atshintshe without even saying anything. Two, can we please include the civil society in decision making about our economy? Because that's another thing that is missing in our community, that we see things being taken in absence of the community, and we are told that there is this policy, it needs to be applied, and then everything happened. No one is interested in where was the white paper, where was the green paper, where the commissions that were going around and trying to facilitate this change of policy. Can we include people and the society into decision making? Lastly, kwenziwe umzekelo ke kule tafile about a mixed breed. Kwenziwe umzekelo nge-mail. Abantu basezilalini kuba uyazi ke i-mail yilaa nto ingathi yidonki kodwa ayigqibanga ube yidonki, ibe ngathi lihashi ayigqibanga uba lihashi. Kule inclusivity and diversity, xa ujonga i-mail, xa ujonga idonki inamandla ukwedlula ihashi but ayinaso ispeed ukwedlula ihashi. Ihashi line-speed but alinawo amandla as compared to idonki. But xa ufika kwi-mail, you find the two attributes in one species. Utsho ke ubhudiza ufumana ezi attributes kwesi species siyi-one, and ufumanisa into yoba emakhaya siyakwazi ukulima ngazo email, sihambe siyokha amanzi ngazo xa sibophe zona. Uba singakhe sidibanise our attributes zibe yimbumba endaweni enye, ibe inyanda edibeneyo, amandla esinoba nawo can make a change, and we can be able to shoot straight and faster than we are when we are separated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you are the last. Thank you, Prof. My name is Pamandla, surname is Fayaka. Ndingosezileni kwilali yakwamxhalanga. Represent group 14, the VVIPs. The very first question, strengthening the family unit. We also want to koyama kla proverb ibi kotiwa, the African proverb. It really takes a village to raise a child, of which one of the first things in the society is to move away from that, to give a village amandla okukhulisa umntwana. Okunye esikuqapheleyo njengesolution ukwakha nokuqinisa the family unit. It is to awaken the sense of responsibility, even kumntana omncinci ona 17 years.
ayazi into yoba uba umakazi uxabana nodabawo akuyo responsibility yam ukungenelela ndisayide with whosoever, but oba irresponsibility yam kwakha nokutyala uxolo. Uba umama uxabene nomakazi, mna ndixabenanga nomakazi nabantwana bakamakazi, irresponsibility yam into yoba ndihlale ndigcine olwaa xolo phakathi kwabo, ndingathi umama uqumbile nam ndiqumbele umakazi nabantwana bakhe. Communication, ukuthetha ngezinto engingathethwa ngazo efemelini, kwizinto engingathethwa ngazo efemelini zethu. It is very important into yoba kucreate these round tables qala phakathi efemelini. Sikhule apha thina in history kukho into ekuthiwa ingcawe, not icawe, ingcawe apho kuhlalwayo kuthethwe ngezinto zikantu, ngezinto zesapho likaphalo, kuthethwe ngezinto zixabanisayo, kuthethwe ngezinto ezenzeka kulandwe kuhlalwe kwifemeli khe kuthethwe ngezo zinto. It is very important to communicate siyifemeli. Umalume akayithandi into ethile, umalume njengoba kuhlekiswa ngayo apha ekhaya akayithandi loo nto, masithethe ngaloo nto uba yintoni le nto yenza uba kungavuwana apha ekhaya, so that we bring solutions nemvisiswano kumakhaya ethu. Secondly, mobilizing civil society to bring solutions to the economic struggles. Sibona thina kubalulekile into yobana the economic hubs, onke la macandelo aphuhlileyo okanye adilishana nezophuhliso economically, athi come together kuzoziwa nee-solutions into yobana njengoba nje i-Ginsberg le kubonakala into yobana i-unemployment iyadloba, injanjo kuyakhula apha, la maqumrhu aphuhlileyo economically, how do they come together to bring up the solutions kule society yalapha eGinsberg? Sikhuthaza into yothi ke mabahlale ezi tuck shops zikhoyo apha, mazihlale into yobana okay mna ndiqeshe umntu wela cala lasezone tontoni, wena khawuqeshe abantu babe babini apha ezone something, so that we are able to equip abantu ngokwe-skills nokuzi-information. Okwesibini, work as a team to bring awareness programs. Okwesithathu, promote entrepreneurship and embrace local products. Enye into eyenziwayo apha kuyaze kuyofuna umuntu othungayo ngapha eMonti, kodwa kukho abantu balapha eSivuyile senda bayathunga banezinto, but umuntu aphume apha ayothungisa I'm so sorry, ngapha eEast London okanye eKomani. Let's promote the local brands. Okugqibela kwalapha kule part, promote financial literacy at home first. Sinabantu abamane bethetha ngomgo ndiyagowa, kanti abo bantu abo abakwazi to manage their finances qala apha ekhaya. Asinawukwazi uthetha nge-financial management qala xa sifika apha eSivuyile. Umama phaa endlini ude wathi my brother xa yenza umzekelo phaa endlini kukho umntu opeya le 350, but akayazi le 350 uba makayenze ntoni. The first thing eqala ithi qatha engqondweni kuba makahambe ayothenga iteki ephumayo ngaloo 350, whereas ngale 350 usenetyala nalo apha umama i-100 uye kuba avele ajonge indlela zobana uyimaneja njani loo 1.8 ayipeyayo umama. The question of inclusivity and diversity, Prof, apha thina sibe nento ethi, firstly masiqale sirecognize into ethi i-focal point yabantu abaninzi, be it the government or anyone else, siqale saprioritize abantu basemzini. But now it is time that we prioritize our own people firstly. And we must firstly acknowledge that we are different in any way and accept that we are different. Asizude sifane, let's acknowledge into yobana sifani, siyamkele into yoba asifani. Lastly, Mr. Mafani ungekatsho nje ndishekelwe ngumzuzu, prioritize each other, respect each other, understand each other, accept diversity in order to promote inclusivity. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Wonderful. You still had 10 seconds, but that 10 seconds is also gone. Sir, this is the last table. This is the very last table.
Wonderful.
And your 5 minutes starts now.
Manibulisa. Igama lami ndingulihle ndingowakantshingwa. Ngisuka kumhlaba waseQoboqobo. I'm currently serving as the chairperson from Lovedale. Umbuzo wokuqala uthi, how do we repair and strengthen family unity? I think into yokuqala bekufanele uba siyayi-acknowledge ukuba yintoni na ifamily. Ifamily is the smallest unit of the community. Meaning, as the community, bekufanele basihlalisana as a family. So, how do we instill ke ngokulondo leyo? Si instill and discover backgrounds and cultural diversity, and also acknowledge and mend what was broken. Silungisa ntoni singayazi ba yintoni leya imoshakele. So okokuqala funeka sizazi uba singobani na. Ikhona ke ingoma yakhe yakhutshwa ngusisi engamaziyo uba ithi sizilibele uba sizalwa ngobani. Wanyanisile because sesikule ndawo njengoku. It's because sizilibele ukuba sisuka phi na. Okwesibini, wonke umuntu ebephakama apha into endiyinothisileyo is that kumane kusithiwa we need. Ngoku it's time for implementation. Le nto simane sisithi sizawuyenza, masiyenze, let's put it into action. Okwesithathu, I mean, we need to create and develop forums and know that government will be able to be responsible and including families in how they are structured. Indlela ii-families zethu ezi-structured ngayo, andiqondi ukuba in the next 5 years singathi xa siqhubayo sibe sisengabantu abavisisanayo. Without imvisiswano kuyo yonke le nto siyibawela uyi-achieva, asikwazi uyi-achieva without ukuvisisana. Kumele sisebenzisane. Siye kumbuzo wethu wesibini uthi how do we mobilize civil society, a goal-driven society, to work together to accomplish certain challenges together with government and implement. Le nto bendiyithetha kwipoint yam yokuqala that eyona nto siyilekeshayo is i-implementation, i-action. Yonke le nto siyithethayo masiyenze, siye kuyithetha. I doubt even kwale social cohesion into eqalayo kwenzeka, iqala ukwenzeka, and it's been years isenzeka. But the problem i-one, yi-implementation. Into masikhe siyeke ukuyithetha, masiyenze bantu abamnyama. Let's utilize structures and take full responsibility and ownership. Mangacaba into xa usithi uyayenza uthembele ukuba mawuve. Uyayazi into right umdala. Kumane usithi izinto mazenzeke, but ezi zinto uthi mazenzeke uzawuyithetha le nto ukuba mayenzeke, kodwa xa ufikayo phaa ekuhlaleni awuyenzi. Singabazali singabantwana because abanye abantu abadala sibacorrecta ngokwethu ezitratweni. Manigqithi. Economic programs must take full ownership without singing for individual wealth. Ndisuka kwifemeli enkulu kakhulu, but when it comes to izinto ezine-support bayanqaba abantu. And I'm pretty sure njengoba benqaba abantu ukhona nomnye ofana nam osokola i-support ngolo hlobo. Ithi loo nto leyo makungacaba umntu xa ezaziyo ukuba unaso esi sonke bekhe wathi usisipha uba wathi sonka ilofu ke into emnandi ngelofu inezilayisisi eziyi-20 and uku-understand uba uzawuthi usilenda kangaka njengam uzicela uba uzawugqiba ilofu. We need to share itsho loo nto leyo sigqithe. We need to challenge the government to account. Enye into eyenza ugovernment wethu afeyile kwizinto ezininzi is that aba-account. Umntu uyayenza into ngendlela ayibona ngayo uba i-right, only to find out i-consequences azizoba right for wonke umntu. To i-last point engu-cultural diversity, wonke umntu uthethe about i-entrepreneurship. 4.5 minutes, 30 seconds is enough. Uthethe about i-entrepreneurship. Nam ndikulaa point yoba ii-businesses kuthiwa ziyasapotwa kukho ii-funds oo-NYDA, but abantu bayayazi uba once we apply for those asizifumani eza funds. Umzekelo, before iphele le 30 seconds, le 15 seconds mandinenzele umzekelo ndinibonise the brand that I own. Ndinazo necaps, ndinazo yonke into. Before ndihlale, ndicela sibumbane, ndicela simanyane, ndicela sisapotane. Inkosi. Oh, by the way, skipper is 230.
Thank you, Putco. Putco, please come to the front. Okay, we'll come to the end of that plenary, as it's called, report back. I think already 3 o'clock. We're 1 hour over, but it was really worth it. And thank you very much for all your participation. Really some rich conversations coming out of the group. So just give yourself a round of applause. Right, Putco, what did you think?
Well, I thought the issue of civil society, I thought somebody would pick up the fact that one of the institutions that is missing and so integral in terms of social cohesion is children playing esikolweni. And MEC knows that I'm very passionate about this. It worries me that abantwana basadlali esikolweni. And absolutely, and the last time we had a radio conversation on this, she challenged me to take it further with her counterpart for education, to make sure that the principals can reawaken the passion and the teachers to ensure that the children must play. Today, 50-something, there's about 100 years between the two of us. But there's also about 100 other friends we met in Sisadlala. The children he met at school in Edala. And the children I met at school in Sida. Today we're still carrying those friendships. So our children are missing a lot. They're missing a lot.
They get so up to mischief when they've got nothing occupying them in terms of extracurricular activity.
Absolutely, because there is a ready replacement out there. When the children are not playing, trust me, when children are not playing, there's a replacement and a substitute which is 24 hours available. When you don't teach your children, somebody else teaches them. Don't fool yourself to think that they are just idling. If you don't teach and instruct at home, Emma Conan Wama shop, they teach. Every time you omit to teach, the street takes over. Now, social cohesion is not about us. Somebody said here, it was you, who said the generation here that we've messed up a lot. We learned to put which is wrong, guys, which is wrong. Some of us here in the house once slept. And it was so wrong, and now we're so embarrassed, but we cannot afford to keep quiet and close our eyes and not bring up the better generation of men out of our boys. But how are we going to make sure that that does happen when we omit, when we are absent? We cannot afford to be absent. We cannot block the access. We also cannot disappear. You cannot disappear from your children as a man, but you also cannot block access as a woman. I stand here today and no, read my book, you'll hear the whole story. I saw him for the first time at his funeral. I was so determined, I wanted to see this man. And I drove to Mount Elif from Joburg. I was still living in Joburg, then at Yeovil. And I went to Mount Elif to bury Lodada. I wanted to see him, even if I saw him sleeping there, quiet and still, not having the ability to say, my boy, what are your dreams? Why do you like maths? Because I loved maths, I even taught maths. But how I wish I think I would have been a better maths teacher had he played a role in my life. I think when I stood there at his funeral and looked at him and saw him for the first time, a lot of things were running in my mind, but part of what was running in my mind was the fact that here lies a man. I may not know impurity from him, nestam or huggies or a vest or shorts or tekis or Ebola or anything from him. I may not know those things, but here lies a man whose genes run in my blood. The second thing that ran in my mind, this man, if just 1 weekend in a year, 1 weekend in a year, if he had got 1 weekend for me in a year, I probably could have halved the mistakes that I've made in my life. I have made so many mistakes, including bringing closer enemies who I could not see that they are bad. But if at least I had 1 weekend per year, I probably could have halved those mistakes. I also probably could have doubled the little bit of success I've seen. Just ukuviboshake. Adinyanam putum izawedini. Oka abiyo pasimoto. Do you know what that means to boy child? Abiyo pasala moto boy. Aba kupe kushi. And make no mistake, single mother, 110% single mother, I salute you. Now the Christian, I salute you. But let me tell you something. Even if you did 200 good things for your boy child, you will never be his father or her father. Never. You will never be his father or her father. So if you make sure that you send this child at least maybe Mama June holidays to Uncle Otile, go to Uncle, a trusted father figure for him. If you for some reason, Uncle, Uncle. There are things as a good daughter that you will not be able. It speaks to social cohesion. In the Eastern Cape, we have initiates dying. No, it's because you are absent. And I am absent. And we don't train. I'm embarrassed to be part of a province that kills boy child. Because we disappear. We don't prepare them. And then also we don't scrutinize them. But not that where has he been a circumcision surgeon before? The credentials is alone do. In whose hands I place the future of my child. And so we disappear. It's embarrassing with the home of legends, Eastern Cape, but we are an embarrassing province when it comes to killing boy child.
And soon they look down on those traditions.
So when we talk practical things, please take an audit of where your boy child is. This afternoon, put me pride. Now we see, put me pride. September long weekend. No, serious. If you've never done it before, if you let go, some of you, if you've never done it before, please turn around today, and say, "God, December, I'm gonna spend December with my child," or say, Princeton, or say by whom I have never seen. Because you're sitting here today, you've got a child somewhere, yes. Remember, Mama, no. You've got a child somewhere. So go find him, play a part to eliminate GBV. Play a part, eliminate GBV. Find that boy child, social cohesion. We are fresh because we want to for the first time. Thank you.
Right. Wonderful. Please give Putco Mafani a big hand of applause. Wow, man. Wow. Wonderful. Right, okay. I'm going to ask Tilly.
Can I be excused?
Yeah, you're excused.
I could go.
You gotta go.
I'm on radio at 7 in PE.
Please rush. I couldn't hear you. JP, are you coming to say no? So everybody was being elected by the table, right? Please give your details to Dilly. So that group is going to work with our social cohesion advocates here to take forward the things that your group has mandated you with. Dinga. Well, which table is Dinga? At the registration table, please take your details there if you are the spokesperson or rapporteur of your group, okay? And there below, the Chief of Staff is going to give us a closing note, and then we can have lunch.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm going to be very brief, because I'm sure many people are hungry. But if you don't concentrate, then I'm not going to finish quick. Like the people at the table over there. I insist on the. I like attention. I'll probably never be somebody popular anyway, so occasions like this, one must exploit them fully. I think that when I listen to everybody in the reports that were given here, for me, it seems to me that perhaps the bigger thing we seem to be dealing with the most is whether, and we must accept that in South Africa we're quite a divided society. We must accept that. But I think platforms like this ultimately are about whether people who tend to obsess with the idea that things are falling apart and unfixable, whether they will dominate what becomes the South African narrative, or whether it will be others of ours who says there are things that are wrong that must be fixed, but we're determined to make them work. Right? And I really think that for me today, in many ways, and these platforms we've been having in actual fact, have very much for me been about that encouragement that in South Africa you have people who say love will prevail over fear. So just for being here today, for engaging in the manner that we've engaged, calling out fathers, calling each other out for that matter, and I think also equally talking about the need for our leadership to come to the fore and help us to move forward. Just for that effort, I want to ask you to give yourself a lekker round of applause. And I want to extend gratitude to Professor Tabane here, sir. Thank you for making it all the way to this corner of the world, as well as Ubud. He was friendly, he was too friendly. Now it's not a brief that here we don't shout. Don't shout at all. And so every time when he was tempted, I just looked at him like, hey, and then he behaved. But we are very grateful that he could be with us today. I think also with the podcast, I really think it's been excellent. This is a public event. Oh, I'm not grateful for these people. I really think they were excellent, but thank you very much. I think the way they directed our engagement here. You know, the lead that we spoke about earlier, the lead and the whole team, you've seen the people who do the registration outside, they make sure this microphone works, those sorts of things and so on and the likes. I think we should also acknowledge them for bringing us here together. Right? So, thank you very much, actually, you were two of my other colleagues, but I don't see them here now. I'm not sure if they're loafing at work, as you see. There's a lady called Mas Chaba Kumal and a fellow called Sivuyile Tukashi. I must acknowledge them just to make sure my own salary gets paid. And I can say I was here, and they can agree. Our panelists, from our host that we were hosting, to all of them that were here, engaging us also. Please let's give them as well a round of applause. And then I must single out Nkansani FM also, that's been making sure that we can expand our voice outside this room to the community here. It's something special to me, by the way. I have a whole long history with this sector called community media in South Africa. In actual fact, I saw that Nkansani is on 89.5. And I don't know if they know that if you go to the Western Cape, that is the same frequency as Bush Radio. And Bush Radio, in fact, some of us are its founder members, and is dubbed the mother of community radio in South Africa. So I suppose Tanzania is by association, mother of communication in Eastern Cape. Oh, but you are making noise there. You can't be that hungry. So when somebody talks that loud, it means you are not hungry. You've got too much energy. Can we just all still be in this room, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, I suppose this is how we come to a conclusion of today. We are hoping that today's conversation doesn't end here, really. We will try to see beyond this platform, how can we continue to build on everything else that's happening already in the province around social cohesion, but how even us here can take this matter forward. So it doesn't just become an occasion where we came together to chit-chat and it ends there. So really on that note, my good sir, I should express my own gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of your participation. Just a special thank you to Dylan Mark. Dylan Mark is the canon in our church. Canon Dylan Mark, an award-winning civil servant or a church servant from around the world. And thank you, Dylan, for putting all this together and convening us. It's the sixth one, and we hope that the department will extend so we can do 6 more around the provinces and the corners of the country where we have need. There's no money. I don't think this is a big thing.
The canon thing.
No, what I want to say now.
Oh, okay.
It's a big thing. The MEC stayed with us the whole day. That's a big thing. You are very grateful for that. That's all. There's no money. We'll do it for free. Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to have lunch. Lunch is through those doors. 2 doors over there. You can get your plate and you can come and sit if you would like to sit here and eat. But otherwise,